Is going out in the morning to see Adam, or out daily to see Adam to get his driver. And it is why Kayla is alone with the children in the car. And it is why Adam did not know until he came back that Harmony was dead. Why does Kayla make up these truths or hide and work so hard to make you think a different story? Because the truth points to her. Sorry. What else supports that Adam was not aware of Harmony's death until he came and shook her? Wake up, baby girl. Let's talk about blood in the car. That was a lie from a beginning. She had told the police, you learned, that while she's claiming that they're all frantically pulling everything together to leave the car that has just broken down at the intersection, she said Adam grabbed a Kleenex, I think, and wiped something down in the car. And they asked about that, and she said he had had blood on his hands from striking Harmony and giving Harmony a bloody nose. She assumed that that's what he was wiping up. And the police officer said, wait a minute, I haven't heard about blood before. What's this? She gets discovery. She knows that they found the car. She knows that there's no blood in the car, so she walks it back. And she says, no, not that day. He was cleaned up, and it was from a bloody nose from an earlier beating a few days before. So no, there was no blood in the car that day. And I started questioning her a little bit more. And so are you saying you saw no blood that day? And she said, well, there was dried blood on Harmony's face. And I said, so there was blood that day? And she said, no. That was from the days before that we talked about. Okay, well, one of the things that you learned about Blue Star is it wouldn't have mattered whether it was a few days before December 7th or December 7th. It wouldn't have mattered if Adam had tried to wipe up blood. Blue Star would have found it. And if you're talking about a beating where somebody is leaning over the seat and getting blood on their hands from a bloody nose, then that also would have left a trail somewhere in the car to be found. There was no blood found by Blue Star. And that stuff you learned can find blood years later. Trace minute amounts of blood, and it did in other places, not necessarily anything related to this. Being out in the elements, being out in swinging temperatures may or may not affect the test, but it can, and it did find DNA on the toothbrush. Those trace things last. There was no blood in the car, around Harmony, around the center console, around the steering wheel, anything to be found by Blue Star, because that never happened. Harmony never had a bloody nose on December 7th or on a few days before. And let me talk about this bloody nose. Think about the amount of beating that Kayla tried to describe. 10 to 15 times at 2 to 3 a.m. Waking up in the morning and again, and all of it, face and head. Going to the clinic, coming out, and again. Beatings, driving up the road, stoplights, and again, and again, and again. And then saying, something was different this time, I think I heard her. That child would have been as bloody as you can possibly imagine. Why did Kayla slip about the blood and then back it off? There was no blood. Her story was a lie. I lose my place often. I'm very sorry. I know that you're being very patient with me.
Yeah, we're going to watch from the beginning. I just got on. I was doing jury duty, and they let us all go for the day, which I'm so happy.
The police took this investigation very, very seriously.
So
You
I'm
heard it
watching
was
from
one
here
of the
now.
biggest ones that they've ever conducted.
When they do a verdict watch, we'll
Hours
watch
and
it over.
dedication of the officers can't be denied. And it's something that we all hope for in our police officers when we need them to help us. And the emotions that come with danger to a child, a missing child. Now, at the time when the investigation started, she would have been 7. Pictures. Of that adorable child in the media, pulling in the community. Help us find this girl. The media is all over it. It's the biggest thing, the biggest investigation Manchester police did, and they dedicated time, resources, over and over and over again. The emotions had to be running high. And they kept going down wrong paths because people would give them information, whether it was that they wanted to help and they were wrong, whether it was, as Adam horribly put it in his recording, they wanted their 2 minutes of fame, or they wanted something like Kayla and maybe Rebecca Maines, or they just, who knows. They went down those black holes, and they were willing to do it because to not go there might mean that they missed something real. And they would not regret going down those black holes and doing all those searches. But they can, and they should, and it is right to feel anger. That never should have happened, and Adam and Caleb both could have prevented that from happening. But they lied about her death, and they covered her death up. And you can feel that emotion as well. It is okay. And you can hold Adam accountable for what he did. But emotion equally shows you that Kayla is lying. She continues to lie, and she made a few things up in front of you. Remember how you felt watching her. And evaluate that, because that will also show you she's lying because she has something to hide still, because the truth points to her. Adam did some very, very bad things, but he did not kill his daughter. His choices got him where he is today. He has no one but himself to blame. He did what he did, and he got blamed for something he did not do. He put himself in that position. But the evidence that you can rely on remains the evidence in this courtroom and the view, not the emotion, not the horror of what she described, the slow, methodical evaluation of what she described compared to the other evidence. And can you put your trust for one of the most important decisions of your life in Kayla? Because that is what you'd have to do. There's no doubt that the police know that she's a liar. The state knows that she's a liar. She charged with perjury, lying to the grand jury. She's charged twice, but you watched her as I asked her over and over again all those questions to the grand jury. This is a lie? Yeah. This is a lie? Yeah. This is a lie. And some of those details that she wove around that lie that she has to admit today, those details were made to make her story seem real. But sometimes she slipped, and the truth came out, like it did when she said Harmony would wave to Tony Badero every day.
I really wonder why the defense started first. I've never seen that happen.
Take those emotions, recognize those emotions, and put him aside like you said that you were able to do. I haven't talked about the second-degree assault case almost at all, I don't think.
Elaine 2.0.
Kevin made the accusation. You watch. He was in a fight with Adam. Between Kayla and Kevin, you've heard the fight was about money as well as Kayla's black eye. And what did he say? A week later, maybe 10 days later, he called DCYF. Well, that was investigated. Mr. Tsaros came out. Took a couple of times, but he came out and he talked to Harmony, and he talked to Adam, and he talked to the family, and he checked things out. And he has a series of things that he is checking out to determine if a child is okay, if she's safe, the things to do for his investigation. And as a result of all that, nothing. Until 2 years later, when they're investigating Adam, and they want to get him. He's arrested for that second-degree assault charge for what Saros was content with the situation. To hold him so that he was in jail from January 4. Kayla went to jail a couple of days later. You also learned that it was not because, as Rebecca Maines put it, Adam hated Harmony because she reminded him of her mother. Because you heard people like Katie Morin who said the memory bothered him. It bothered him that he had struck her and given her a black eye. Struck her glasses and given her a black eye. It bothered him, even after he knew that she was dead, striking Harmony when he found her with her hand over Declan's mouth. It bothered him. And Terry Hebert, he missed Harmony. I do appreciate your patience, and I'm coming to the worst part of the case for me. It's the part where I have to stop, and I can't talk. I've got a little bit more. But I can't bring out more information from you. All the information is in, and I don't get to get up and say, but wait a minute, don't forget this. The state is going to give their closing after me, and I imagine it's going to be very different from what you just heard from me. And I can't get up and say, wait a minute, yes, this person said this, but look at the context of what they said. Look at somebody like Nicole Giles, who said, I saw bruises on Kayla's torso and on her body, and this was at the Fit Shelter before they ever went to Union. And it bothered me. Kayla's friend, Nicole, when she was first talked to at the beginning of the investigation in January of 2022, the month that Kayla and Adam were arrested, she was asked about those sorts of things, and she said, no, I never saw any sign of domestic violence. No, I didn't see anything. No. And then I think it was a year later that she comes out with this story. Everybody was affected by that picture of Harmony. Everybody was affected by the media and all the police efforts that went in to find this child. And some people wanted to contact police, talk to police, and be a part of it. But Nicole Giles, when she was first spoken to, said no. So if the state talks about what Nicole says, I won't be able to get up and say, wait a minute, she didn't say that at first. That was with all the exposure over the year. She made up that story to help her friend Kayla when she was talking neutrally without knowing anything No DV. Let's talk about Rebecca Maines. She sounded like a pretty decent person, standing up for her wrongs in her past, taking responsibility, understanding it. But boy, did she get her hair up when Jamie, Attorney Brooks, started asking about these things. I've admitted I'm a criminal. Don't go down that road. No, she is still denying her status as a criminal because she doesn't want to hear it anymore. She got her hair up and she said no. When I talked to them in January of 2023, I wasn't looking to get anything. When I talked to them, I wasn't facing any charges. I was already convicted and in jail. Then you learned, no, she was facing charges. She was facing the charges that are still pending now. And I think she said that she wasn't getting any additional time. There are plenty of reasons that people say what they say. With Rebecca, I can't go through the changes. You heard that she had several interviews and not what came out when. But you do know that she did have a reason to want to give something to the police, and what she gave to the police actually didn't fit anything else. Adam worked 4 years to get Harmony. He didn't hate her because she reminded him of Crystal. He loved her and wanted her in the house in his grandmother's house with his family, his immediate family and his bigger family. And he wanted to raise her. Things absolutely fell apart after, but he didn't hate Harmony. And her story about, I don't remember if it was urinating, peeing or pooping, putting in the corner, there's nothing about a car. She's taking bits and pieces of information that is out there in the media and trying to make her own story that's bad about Adam, but maybe can help her in her troubled situation. No, nobody can help me. I'm already doing my parole violation. I was done. Nope. There were 3 sets of charges pending, and she even corrected it. No, there's 4. And she's not expecting to do any time, I think she said, for those that were out there. Any more time. So, back to the end. You don't get to rely on your emotions. And I've seen a few times that we've looked at your face and it's pretty clear that there have been emotional reactions to some of the testimony. There may have been some reactions of anger when you heard Adam's recording, knowing all the time and effort and services and resources and money that was put into this case because of choices that he made. And he's saying they're wasting taxpayers' money. Yeah, you can get mad at that. But then you stop and you say, okay, that's bad. Let's look at the facts. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? Well, remember the recording. I think you all got a video before you came out into the big room to be determined if you're going to be chosen or not. And in that recording, they talked about different tests about what is reasonable doubt, or what are the different burdens. And one burden was preponderance of the evidence. If the evidence favors one side over the other, that is a test, and that side is the side that gets your verdict. Then there's something very much higher than that, clear and convincing. And it happens in certain types of cases where you have to be clearly convinced that your verdict is correct before you can make it. And then there is something even higher, beyond a reasonable doubt. that you look at all the evidence without the emotion, and you determine, has the state proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt? Do you know, in your heart of hearts, do you know, not that this decision seems to make you feel good, do you know that it is right? Do you know if they have met their burden? If there's any doubt, we're not talking aliens, we're not talking crazy stuff, we are talking about trusting Kayla. If there is a doubt, a reasonable doubt, and there is a reasonable doubt to not trust Kayla with any important decision. If you have that doubt, you must find Adam not guilty. That is your test. And this verdict could be easy, and it could be quick if you rely on emotion, if you rely on anger, if you rely on horror, because what Adam did, what he did do to Harmony's body after she died is horrific. What he did do by allowing that entire investigation to go for so long can make you very, very angry. And if you decide this case based on your emotions, it can be a quick verdict, because none of those emotions will be positive. But if you take the time, you take a breath, and you go through the evidence, piece by piece, evaluate, talk to each other. What do you think about her testimony? Some of you will remember things different from others. Talk it out. What was correct? Some of you might remember things different from what I said. I'm human. But talk it out. What is right here? What is there? What is missing? What is crazy? And what is fact? If you do that, this is a very, very difficult case because those emotions are there.
Of course, what's up, everybody? Welcome.
If you do that, if you put it aside, you will find that Adam is not guilty of murdering his brother. He did not do that. And he's not guilty of witness tampering. He didn't influence her testimony at all. It was in her best interest to lie, to hide, and to make up more lies as time went along, because the truth hurts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do now is we'll take a 15-minute break so that you can use the restroom, have a drink of water. Then we'll come back. It'll be the state's opportunity to make closing arguments to you. Then I anticipate that we'll probably go directly into final instructions. And at that point, once you have the final instructions, we'll select the alternates, the jury foreperson, and it will be time to deliberate. So for now, just take a stretch, have a drink of water, use the restroom, and then we'll bring you back in for the rest of closing arguments and instructions. All rise for the jurors, please.
All aboard. So, what people are saying is that the defense started with the closing arguments. Wow, I've never seen that before. And somebody in the chat earlier said that some of the Law 2 people said that I guess it was the prosecution's choice, which is interesting. I don't know if they wanted to. They didn't go already. They never went. They're going after, which surprised me. I've never seen that before. And usually I thought, okay, I thought the prosecution goes, then the defense, and then the prosecution gets another turn. So what happens now? Since the defense went first, the prosecution goes next, and then what? The prosecution goes again? Or does the defense actually get to come back and go again? I've never seen that. Oh, so and I didn't miss nothing this morning, really. The only thing I missed was the beginning of the closing. That was it. Okay, I thought I missed a whole bunch of stuff. I was like, oh man, I'm missing out today. They were just chilling for like hours, 2 hours. I didn't come on that late though, right? They started at late today, so like at almost 10 o'clock. All right, so I didn't miss a whole bunch of stuff. I thought I had like missed the fear of missing out feeling. I didn't really miss out on a lot. So no. Oh, did you get selected? I got selected for jury duty. I mean, I had jury duty today. I called last night because I was a on-call jury person. That means like the night before, you have to call into an automated line. And when I called in, I was selected to come in today. And trust me, a lot of people are like, "Oh, just throw it away. Oh, you don't have to show up. Just don't go." But I went because a couple of reasons. I mean, I don't know. I went a couple of years ago. Like I said, I was on a case for a month. It was my first time being selected for jury duty years ago. And the first time I get selected, I get put on this manslaughter DUI case. On a case for a year. I mean, not a year. Oh my God. For a month. I was like, damn, that's crazy. And then they didn't ask anything of me for years and years and years and years and years. And then, yes, a couple of weeks ago, this pops up in the mail. And then I called yesterday. They wanted me to come in. And so I went. And honestly, too, because of what I do, people throw this stuff all away all the time and they don't get in trouble. But they can technically, if you don't show up, like hold you in contempt of court or something like that. Because of what I do, I don't know, why would I take the risk? It would be such a bad look, right? Like it just doesn't even. But anyway, it all worked out because I went today. I got there a little late. Woke up super early. Got there late. Got there. I think I had to be there at 7:40, and I got there 8:20, something like that. This is an old video. Yeah, like 8:20, 8:30, something like that. And I sat for like 2 hours, and it was boring as hell. There was they were playing some screen about like, oh, you're a juror and don't do this, don't do that if you're in the courtroom and blah blah blah, like the whatever. And then after they played the video, it was just quiet. They gave us a little break at 9 o'clock, and I just sat there for like 2 hours. I was actually almost dozing off. They gave me a courtroom puzzle. I grabbed the courtroom. Not a courtroom puzzle. There was a puzzle, a court puzzle or whatever. So I was doing the puzzle, but I got really bored of that really quick. And then I just started kind of dozing off. And then the guy's like, all right, guys, I got some news for y'all. Listen up. And I was like, please, just let us go. Let us go. And he's like, do you want the news? And everybody's kind of quiet. He's like, oh, I want you to beg for it. And so we kind of laughed. And then he's like, we don't need you today. You can go home. I was like, yes. People were like clapping and stuff. I was excited. And then he was like, if you want a piece of paper, wait till your name is called. Or if you don't, wait till your name is called, let us know. So I took the piece of paper. And the piece of paper has my badge number. And it says, I was summoned by the court and performed jury service for the following dates, 2/21/2024. And that's it. So I took this as proof, even though it's in the records anyway. So I don't think they can mess with me for several years. So I'm good. I think at least 3 or something. I don't think they can call me. Now, my uncle, because I had heard my uncle a while back too, he got called for jury. And like the day before he was supposed to show up, he had sent the letter where you say you can't go. And so I guess they accepted it. But then like a couple of weeks later, a month later, they asked him to come back. And so he had to go. Like they kind of stay on you if you don't go. So I got really lucky. Because I was like, damn, it sucks. I'm going to miss out on today. And I knew it was going to be probably closing arguments. And I didn't think this guy, Adam, was going to testify. And I thought they were going to have witnesses. I guess not. I guess the defense brought no witnesses. And yeah, it worked out. So I'm glad. Did they have you sign an affidavit? I had to do that when I couldn't do jury. No. I had a small baby and Hubs was out of town, so no sitter at bum. No, I didn't sign anything. Oh, actually, no, when I first walked in and they scanned my jury card thing or whatever, yeah, I signed something. And I validated my free parking. Um, but I never even got to go inside of a courtroom. I never got to see a judge. I was just sitting in this large room with all the other potential jurors, and they just said they don't need us, so we just went home. And it worked out really good because I heard a lot of times people will get called to go and wait, and you'll be waiting there for the whole day and not get called. I've heard that happens too. I was afraid that I was just going to be sitting in this room all day long and not get called. That happens too. Let's see. Mountain Mama, thank you for the 5, says, who is the black gentleman that sat in the same seat in the very back every day? Does anyone know? Lure Channel Mel. The black guy in the back?
For an alley.
I don't know. I guess it would have to be the... Oh, okay, let's see. Are you talking about this guy? Oh, the screen looks really dark, too. Oh, let me see. I noticed yesterday my screen sharing looks kind of weird. That looks more natural. This looks like too much. I don't know what's going on here. Contrast to 0. There we go. I had a little brightness. I got to figure out something with the screen. I noticed yesterday, like the screen was showing darker than it should be. But that looks, I guess, decent. Thank you for the memberships. By the way, Tier 1 is going away. Just a reminder, February 29th, Tier 1's going away. So people are signing up. And if you're a new member, you should definitely check out the video I posted yesterday. It's really important. In general too. So Cindy, thank you. Good vibes, Stacy, Ashley. Voice for the defenseless, thank you. Amethyst Wolf, thank you for upgrading to level 2. KW, thank you for upgrading to level 2. Blissful, thank you for the Tier 1. Black Widow channel. I feel like I saw you already as a member. I feel like, didn't you? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Stephanie J, thank you for the level 2. Rosemary J and Rita, thank you for upgrading level 2. Golfer Girl, thank you for level 2. Eric Carly, 23, thank you for level 2. Mama 4, 57 Rose, thank you for level 2. Lulu, thank you for level 2. Amazing. Courthouse Cat, thank you for the super chat. Just upgraded Mel, you do fantastic. Hi all, best live chat, and Mel, you're the best. Thank you. Yeah, we got a late start today, but I guess we didn't miss too much. If they do a lunch break or when there's verdict watch, I think we'll rewind back and start over the closing. I don't want to like start watching closing now and then have to stop and go back. It's just not gonna make any sense. So let's just wait till the prosecution does their thing, they finish, and then while we're waiting, we'll watch that. And so I'm glad that this thing is finishing early too, because I have to do some prep with this challenge coming up. I'm supposed to, I think tomorrow I'm going to talk with Mustard Mama. She has some really cool, cute stuff planned out. I think it's going to be fun. I hope it's not too much to manage. I mean, she seems like she's doing everything, to be honest with you. I just got to figure out what I'm going to do on my end for the challenge prizes. Let me see. I want to show you a little snippet. Just a little tease. It even comes with like a little meal guide if people want to do that. Get moving with Mel and Mustard. And it scrolls down. It goes by different weight classes. So the amount you get is depending on your weight. So you scroll down. It's kind of cool. So we're planning that. See how that goes. There's an area in the app just for us too. I forgot how to get there, but I gotta log in on my stuff. Muscle relaxer, foam. Karen with an A, 16 months membership. Thank you so much. Challenge sounds fun. I need it too. I've been already doing her workout stuff. I've been feeling really good. You know, I've just been consuming more water the actual amount that I should be consuming is nothing crazy. Unless you're somebody that doesn't drink water at all. Some people don't drink water at all, so you might have a hard time drinking water. I mostly just drink water. If you actually drink the amount of water you're supposed to be drinking daily, I almost don't even have time to drink other stuff. Once in a little while, that little Prime drink I actually kind of like. Sometimes I'll sip a little bit on the Prime drink. But just that and the water and the sleep and then the workout and the eating. And I'm actually eating more, which is crazy. More times a day. Let me take a look at this reporter on Twitter and maybe we can get some of the cliff notes of what happened today. I saw him say something about Harmony's mother, that she had to step out at some point. And even though I didn't see the whole thing for the closing, and it seems like what they're trying to do is just, discredit Kayla Montgomery. It's just not enough for me to say that this guy didn't do what he did, like what they're saying he did. I feel like they brought enough witnesses that mention his violent tendencies and outbursts and even family members and the black eye that the uncle saw, and just all these different instances of people talking about the whole soiling and the issues that he had. It's just so many, I don't feel much for Kayla at all because I do feel she is complicit. I don't know how somebody could go that long seeing all that stuff and just let it go type of thing. But she is providing important testimony. And not only that, I think there's a DNA evidence, I believe, I thought there was the latent fingerprints. And even they brought in co-workers, right? They brought that they saw the bag. I guess nobody looked in the bag, but there's co-workers. Nina Marquez, thank you for the 7 months. Says thank you for your hard work, Mel. Thank you. Thank you. I felt really good today leaving the courthouse. I felt elated. I don't use that word often. I felt elated. Mo, 28 months. Holy moly. I want to work on too. There's a bunch of stuff. Even the member badges, I feel like I might want to update it at some point or change it. I don't know. Or if you guys like it. Best community on YouTube. Love to you all. Thank you. I guess you're off today. Or you're working later, maybe. Shannon Q2, thank you for the level 2 membership. Dana Marquez, thank you for the 7 months. Says thank you for your hard work, Mel. Thank you. I just read that. And Sweet Caroline, thank you for the membership. Level 2. And Haley Scott, Brianna Dever, Sophie's mama. Shells, thank you for upgrading. And J Mo, thank you for upgrading. So, yeah, let me check. Are they coming back already? Yeah, that is a lot of evidence there. Judge, so they were trying to get Kayla's testimony thrown out this morning. Seems like they've been trying to do that the whole time. Judge ruled that Kayla Montgomery's testimony will not be excluded from jury deliberations. Adam's attorney, Caroline Smith, is telling the jury that Kayla lied during testimony. Smith notes that Kayla testified Adam beat Harmony 10 to 15 times around 2 to 3 a.m. the morning before they went to the clinic. Also testified that Harmony had no injuries when they arrived at the clinic. How can that be? Smith asked. It doesn't make sense because it's a lie. Smith says Harmony was a loving child. She says her instinct would cause someone to protect her if she was being hit. Smith brings the jury to the intersection of Webster and Elm, where prosecutors say A and K realized Harmony was dead, so Adam and Kayla. Smith says Harmony died before that moment. She says A and K were going somewhere to get rid of her body when the car broke down. Smith highlights lack of blood found inside the car. That was the one thing that was kind of I forgot the whole nose blood thing that the defense was trying to bring up.
That child would have been as bloody as you can possibly imagine. Why did Kayla slip about the blood and then back it off? There was no blood. Her story was a lie. That child would have been.
You're doing update there on tonight. We were talking about possible other streams today that we might do later on. Oh. So Chad is having a hearing, huh? Chad Dorman. Both have live coverage. So James Crumley and Chad have hearings today. So thinking about how we would do that. Thinking, oh yeah, here it is, the court feed. This is the guy. Is this the guy that shot his kids? Okay, I'm gonna keep that on the side.
Everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Tony Smith, Judy Brooks, ready? Yes. Okay. All rise for the jurors.
All aboard. I wonder what happened with Chad too. With Chad, the hearing on whether the confession must be thrown out. Apparently, they're saying he confessed, and then they're having a hearing for James Crumley about a change of venue. They had it earlier. Okay, this is interesting.
Please be seated.
We can do this stuff. I'll figure out how we do it.
Whenever you're ready.
Prosecution now.
Good morning again, everyone. I want to thank you very much for the time that you have spent in this case, for a journey that we told you back before we took the view was going to be a journey that you weren't going to forget. It has been a long couple of weeks. You have been incredibly attentive, and we are very, very appreciative of that. One of the things you heard just a moment ago from Attorney Smith was that she doesn't get the opportunity to come back up here and talk again. That's true. It's called taking turns. It's something that parents teach children. Beginning, state has to go first, defendant has to go second. At the closings, defendant has to go first, state has to go second. Something very simple that parents teach children. One of the other things that they should teach is if you're going to quote the defendant, if you're going to quote a witness, you have to make sure that you're accurate. So I'll apologize in advance, but let's quote people accurately. I fucked up. Again and again and again. I fucked up. I fucked up. That's what the defendant, his language that he used when he told Travis Beach the night he got the U-Haul, the night that he disappeared Harmony's body, to whatever place it is now, where he knows it is right now, to this day, his words, I fucked up. Not she, not we, not Kayla, I fucked up. Singular, personal, solo. That's the defendant's words. Defense counsel got up here in openings and said that you'd hear evidence that Adam Montgomery was out in the middle of the night doing his business when something happened and Harmony died. If that were so, the defendant never would have told Travis Beach, I fucked up. Adam Montgomery was no loving, caring parent, but an enraged tyrant who had no business being around young Harmony. So together, let's look at the actual evidence, the actual quotes of what you saw and heard as we look at all of the charges that you're going to deliberate on that encapsulate what the defendant did do, and talk about the evidence that you've seen tells you what he committed. And we'll start first with what the defendant's telling you in opening arguments, and now that you can and should find him guilty of abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence. Let's set that as the baseline. Let's start there. Let's see what that actually means before we look at how he committed each one of the crimes charged, not just the ones that he feels are going to distract you from the rest of the nightmare that he's responsible for. Who carried Harmony's body away from the broken down car in the duffel bag, hid her outside of Colonial Village while they stayed in Anthony Badero's blue Audi for 2 nights, put Harmony under a ramp and then in a van and then in this cooler for weeks at Christina Lupin's house, into the CMC bag, into the walk-in cooler at Portland Pie Company, in the fridge, in the freezer, defrosted her in the shower, consolidated her body yet again, brought her to the Econo Lodge, tricked his friend into renting him the U-Haul, and then dumped her body somewhere. All to make sure that the evidence that could have been brought before you that shows that he's responsible for having murdered her would never be found. And he says you can and should find him guilty of those 2 crimes, of abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence for this. He doesn't dispute this. The defense said all of that in their openings, that the defendant did both of these 2 bolded things. Since day 2 of this trial, opening arguments, you should then consider not only all of the testimony, but also all of the corroborating testimony about all of those charges, those 2, falsifying physical and abuse of a corpse, to be true. So let's make it very, very painfully clear. From the indictments that you're going to be considering for falsifying physical evidence and abuse of a corpse, making this Harmony fit into this and disappearing her body in the condition that it could not be found for a trial like this one. The evidence was there, and the defendant's counsel professed to you that he's not disputing that, not saying he didn't commit these crimes. So you can check these 2 off the list.
Coming
and
strong.
with that, you got to remember the defendant gets no credit for this. He says that you can and should find him guilty of these, but he's not taking responsibility for them. He hasn't admitted anything. He's not taking responsibility for anything that he did. His argument to you is not because he's taking responsibility. It's tactical. He admits what he can't deny. And he denies what he can't afford to admit. He cannot deny each and every single one of these facts that were presented to you. That she died on the 7th. That he brought her in a duffel bag to Colonial Village. Stored her under a deck, into a red cooler, in the closet it fit, in the ceiling it built. It's her blood. in the ceiling at the Fit Shelter at 177 Lake Ave. And his fingerprints in the ceiling, remember? Left-handed prints in the ceiling. The only other person being poor Mr. Mondrag, the drywall installer. Into the CMC bag to the Portland Pie Company. Over to Union Street, consolidating her body even more, bringing her to the Econo Lodge, tricking Travis Beach, and dumping her body so it wouldn't be found. The argument that the defendant is making, he had to make. His concessions don't mean he's taken responsibility for these crimes. It doesn't mean that he's a man of principle or restraint, nor does it give his argument any credibility that because I concede all of this, well, the rest of it must not be true. The whole thing's true. And he's taken responsibility for none of this. So again, baseline, first things first, before we move on, these two charges and the charges that his counsel argued can and should find him guilty of, they're there. That's done. And that's the tip of the iceberg. It's all of the charges. Every single one of them has been proven by evidence, not emotion, beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is the man who did all of these things. And that's because you saw the evidence. You went on The View. You saw witnesses take this stand and put themselves before you. And you looked them in the eye. And the same common sense that you use every day to tell whether somebody is feeding you a lion, a bull, or not, you used with those witnesses. And because of that, you know that this is true. Because you heard from people like Kevin Montgomery, Nick Ahern, Katie Moran, all talking about the defendant telling them in July about the worst thing he had ever done up until that point. You heard from Kayla, 2 days from Kayla, and all of the other witnesses that corroborate her, how he beat Harmony. This 35-pound child. Remember, Nurse Travers told you that she was measured just back in June before the July incident occurred. 35 pounds, 5 years old, 35 pounds. And you heard from all those witnesses, especially Kayla, about why he beat Harmony to death, when he beat Harmony, and how he beat Harmony, and you vetted what she had to say. And you saw the rest of the injuries that he incurred, and all of that was corroborated by the other evidence presented. Corroborated in ways that we'll explore that the witness never could have possibly known there was other evidence out there that supported them. Not when the defendant started telling investigators what happened and how the defendant beat the life out of Harmony. And then beat and manipulated and controlled Kayla afterwards to make sure that she stuck to the story so he would not be held accountable and the evidence of his crimes would not be found. So when he says that you can find him guilty of these, understand that these two are but a part of the whole of his criminality, of how he murdered Harmony as well. When he said this to Travis Beach, it wasn't for part of that. It was for the whole of taking Harmony's life and beyond. Don't forget what he's saying that you ought to convict him on as well. That the falsifying physical evidence and that the abuse of corpse are unto themselves evidence of the crime of murder. He's a murderer. That's getting rid of evidence. That's what murderers do. They get rid of evidence that would show others what they've done. They think, no body, no evidence, no conviction. They silence witnesses into staying silent or even perjuring themselves so that the witnesses don't tell others what the murderer did. Because murderers don't want to be held accountable for their actions. Murderers want to get rid of the evidence. They don't mind abusing the body so that the evidence of how their victim was murdered can never be found or used against them. They clean bathrooms with ammonia after they get rid of the evidence, like this defendant did. They clean out the plumbing lines, like this defendant wanted to do. They desecrate and hide the dead so that the body cannot tell the story of how they died to the living. That's what murderers do. That's what the defendant did. Because he's a murderer too. Now, let's really start now. Let's start and talk about what he did first to Harmony. Excuse me. Let's talk about what happened in June. Let's talk about the second-degree assault. You will likely never forget Kevin Montgomery's testimony as he was sitting up here, taking his time to thoroughly make sure he answered truthfully and recalled to the best of his recollection. And you are never going to forget how he described Harmony's face when he flew home from Florida, having been there in July, come back on the 22nd to see Harmony in the house in the kitchen. And we saw him relive that moment for us, admitting that he asked her, quote, "Oh my God, Harmony," or "Oh my fucking God, Harmony, what did you do to your face?" End quote. And how he told us Adam answered the question. Not Harmony. Adam did. She didn't do anything. I bashed her around the fucking house. That's not disciplining a child. That's not pulling her away or jerking her and not protecting someone else. If it had been, the defendant never would have said this when Kevin asked Harmony what happened, would he? Kevin Montgomery told you he was subpoenaed to be here. He did not want to testify against his nephew. And you saw it on his face that he remembered what the defendant said he did. Not Harmony answering the question. The defendant answered it for her. And remember how Kevin said the defendant said this. Another moment, probably not going to forget. When I asked Kevin about how the defendant said he bashed her around the house, Kevin, you'll recall, said, quote, "like a cocky son of a bitch." Nick Ahern told us he saw that black eye and how bad it was. And what did the defendant do? Lied to him. Nick told us how the defendant told him that it was from an injury from playing soccer. Nick told you he only saw it for what? How many seconds? 4 seconds. Only saw it for 4 seconds. Saw how bad it was. He described it as being pretty intense, that it was concerning to him, and that the defendant let her be outside for all of 4 seconds before the defendant told her to get back inside. And what did Harmony do? She obeyed. Nick saw him walk Harmony right back through the front door and then shut it. And so why did Nick hide Harmony away that day? Because he couldn't let a 5-year-old outside on a summer day, could he? Not when her face showed the mark of the assault that he had delivered on her. Shows everyone in the neighborhood, along with Nick, evidence of what the defendant did to her. Katie Morin told us that the defendant used other words to describe that day and what he did, besides bashing her around the house. Did she say a jerk? Did she say a grab? Did she say a yank? She did not. The defendant told her it was, quote, "the worst thing I'd ever done," end quote. And that he had supposedly backhanded her. That tells you that the defendant knew how badly he beat Harmony that day in July. That the defendant called it to Katie Morin the worst thing that he had ever done. And the evidence from the multiple people who saw how bad this was and who heard the defendant describe either inflicting it upon her or hiding her. Don't forget, we also have Demetrios Saros. When he first went to the house, was he able to see Harmony? He told you. Only from feet away, as the defendant was hurrying up and getting Harmony in the car and driving her out of there. And even a week later, when he finally does get to see Harmony, she still has a mark on her face. Finally, you've also got Kayla Montgomery, who told you she overheard the defendant's conversation with Kevin Montgomery and then confronted him because he told her it was from a lightsaber that one of the boys had been swinging around and Harmony got hit in the face. And she confronted him about it and said, "You said it was from a lightsaber." He said, "Yeah, no. What I said to Kevin was correct." He admits that he lied to her before when he told Kayla that Harmony got hit by a lightsaber. More evidence that corroborates that what Kevin said happened. His conversation with Adam, where Adam admitted to hitting Harmony in July, did happen. Simply put, from multiple witnesses, from the defendant's multiple confessions, he committed the crime of second-degree assault on a 5-year-old in July of 2019. And of that, there is simply no doubt. That being said, now we can move on. Who and where and why Harmony was killed? Let's go through what the evidence showed us, one thing at a time. We saw that it was not alone with Kayla, not in the Colonial Village parking lot in the middle of the night, where Adam had gone to go do his business. Not that it was something that you heard that had happened. It was the defendant in the car on the morning of the 7th with his fists. And it was cold. We know it was cold. So cold that Badero's car died that night when they moved over into the Audi. Adam wrote to Matt Gendron, remember, that they were freezing. Cold enough so that Kim Frayne went and gave them the battery pack to help give them the jump start. So we know it must have been cold enough that day that blankets in the back of a car did not appear out of place. Kayla told us how the accidents were happening, and yes, something had happened the night before, but she told you the night before was when the defendant first hit her. Why? For another accident that Harmony had had in the car. An accident that Kayla did nothing about. An accident that the defendant did nothing about and told Kayla to let Harmony lie in it. Kayla told you what it smelled like, and she told you to your face that she still did nothing about it. And in the morning, things were still the same. Kayla described for you how it started up again. It was still dark outside. She told you the first blow in the morning, it was still dark outside. We know that. Why? Because it's December 7th. Because it's before they get to the methadone clinic, and we know that the check-in times there are 7:05 and 7:09. And you know how dark it is in December, just a couple of days away from the darkest day of the year, December 22nd. When the defendant gets out of the car, goes in and gets his methadone, and then comes back, he finds Harmony has done it again. The smell of her inability to control her bladder and her bowels, something that she used to be able to do just fine for years. It's back again in his car again. The last place that he has, the only place that he has. And what does the man whom Kayla saw be so rageful do? And remember, that rageful wasn't just seen by Kayla, wasn't it? We heard from Rose Smith, the driver, years later, 2021. She told you that after giving Kayla a ride to the methadone clinic with Adam and coming back, that Kayla had had bruises that day, terrible black eyes, and that she tried to give her phone to Kayla. And her words were that when he wrenched that phone out of her hands, he told her, "You are not giving that phone to my wife." And she described his face, how? A look of pure rage. What does that person do when they get back to the car after their methadone and Harmony has soiled herself again? All he has is his car and his rage and his fists. And Kayla described for you how that went on. For the length of time the same length of time that you took driving from the clinic here on Market Street up to the Burger King on Hooksett Road, You drove that drive. You know how long that is. And as the smell continued, she described that the hitting continued. And Harmony took blow after blow until she was moaning. And the defendant points to the fact and says, well, other people, they should have been able to see in the car. It's cold. It's dark. We know there's snow on the ground. Snow in New Hampshire means salt, which means the windows probably look the exact same that yours and mine did this morning. It's not easy visibility. Plus, think about it. Doesn't take a lot to be able to punch down on a 5-year-old, 35-pound child and make sure that it's below the windowsill. Not for him. Not for Adam Montgomery. Not against Harmony. Not in that car. And you saw from the Walmart video and the video from Officer Stanzel, when they first approached the defendant, when he was trying to find where Harmony was, you saw from that how the defendant looked. Remember him at Walmart. He's not a small or a weak man. He wouldn't need to use much power to inflict deadly force upon Harmony's skull. And you heard it wasn't from one blow of his arm, but several. Take a moment. Let's talk, just take a break and talk about something that defense brought up. The fact that there are other children in the car, and why wouldn't they have been screaming and yelling? I remember that front catchphrase she tried to get Kayla to say, a cascade of chaos would have ensued. We know young children adapt to their environment like nobody's business. They're frightened by new faces, they're frightened by new experiences, or the unexpected, but they're not frightened by something that's familiar. Why would the other children cry if Harmony had been getting hit and punished in the car? After all, this was the second time in less than 12 hours that they would have seen this if they were awake. They would not have been unfamiliar with his rage towards Harmony in that car. The defendant's theory that punishing Harmony for soiling herself would make the other children cry implies that this is unfamiliar to them. And the evidence shows that it is not. Kayla rejected that cascade of chaos every single time it was proposed to her. And both Kayla and common sense tell you that that makes sense, that that's true. Now, when they got to Burger King, the damage at that point had already been done. As Kayla told you, Harmony laid under the blanket. No one went to get help for her. Not the defendant who beat her, not for Kayla either. And what did the defendant say in that moment? Words matter. I think I hurt her this time. This time. This time, I think I hurt her. I think I did something. Why say this? Because he didn't do nothing. He did something. He took her life in rage over a bathroom accident. And he admitted in his opening that you can and should find him guilty of abusing her corpse and falsifying physical evidence for what he did afterwards to get rid of the evidence, get rid of her, get rid of the evidence that would have shown he murdered her. But it was the evidence of his crime of beating her. I fucked up. I think I did something. I think I hurt her this time. That's what he believed. You saw Kayla testify. You heard for 2 full days, practically, while she was on the stand, having to tell you what she saw having happened. And Kayla did nothing. She did nothing. She did not parent Harmony. She did not clean Harmony. She did not change Harmony when she soiled herself and the defendant told her to leave her in it. She didn't stop the defendant. She didn't try to get Harmony help. She didn't call 911. She didn't yell out. She didn't run out of the car. She didn't disobey the defendant. She's not seeking help. She's not seeking attention. He went through the trunk to get her, not her, because she did nothing. Later, she didn't betray him until after she even lied in grand jury and committed perjury for him. She didn't lift a finger. She did nothing. Nothing at all. The defendant wants to have their cake and eat it too when they come to describe her. She's an abuser, but she did something in the middle of the night. She didn't see anything here, but she saw it all. She wants the defendant. Oh, she doesn't want the defendant. Believe her grand jury testimony, but don't believe her grand jury testimony, the part where she said she lied. That part you should actually believe, even though she's telling you it's a lie. Want to have their cake and eat it too when it comes to her testimony. Well, you know, she would have been really conscientious when she was shopping for diapers. Because that's, if you're homeless, yeah, that would make sense. You want to go where you can get the cheapest price. She's a drug user. She's homeless. And for Harmony, she does nothing. They want to argue, well, she would have had this instinct to protect that child. Oh, but she did something to her in the middle of the night. She did nothing. We are tested, all of us, just a few moments in our lives to do the right thing, where our character as human beings is tested to do the right thing. And on this test, December 7th, with where Kayla Montgomery was back in that life, she failed. At grand jury, she failed. She still obeyed him. Even though he had run off to Maine with his second girlfriend since then, she still obeyed him. Katie Morin told you that back then Kayla would have done anything for the defendant. That's what her protector did to her. He had her conditioned so well, physically and mentally, that she kept his secret, and she did nothing. You saw that in her testimony when she told you about doing nothing. And she told you about not stopping him from hitting Harmony. And she admitted, unashamedly, without reservation, she didn't try to take Harmony to the bathrooms to clean her up. She didn't try to get her help. She did obey. She took Harmony's body to Portland Pie when he told her to later, sitting her between her two children in the stroller for that 15-minute walk down the street. But she did nothing. You don't have to like her to believe her. You don't have to like what she did. You may have very good reasons for hating her. But that doesn't change the fact that she saw the defendant beat Harmony to death. That doesn't change her credibility on telling us what the defendant did. Just because you believe that her failure to do the right thing is despicable, it doesn't mean that on this she's not credible. She actually tried to humanize this guy. Remember her testimony? She cried. And she said to you and admitted she still cares about him.
Yep.
Her in prison. Harmony somewhere. Only he knows. And she still cares about him. And she admits how she did nothing for Harmony. If she was singing for her supper, like the defendant suggested in their opening, she wouldn't have done that, would she? She'd have an answer for every question, an excuse for every moment that she did nothing. She didn't have that on the stand. She would never have admitted that she didn't take the kids to the bathroom or that she let Harmony sit in it that night. And yet she did. That's someone who's not making up a story to make herself look better, is it? She never would have admitted that when Harmony is covered by the blanket as they get their food from Burger King, that she unceremoniously dumped a breakfast sandwich on top of the blanket. Harmony can open that herself. after the defendant had covered her and smashed her face. And yet, that is what she told you happened. Kayla admitted to you that she did nothing. It's not the face of a person who's trying to make themselves out to be the saint and the defendant to be the devil. That's certainly not a master criminal schemer trying to exonerate her own behavior, as you just heard in closing arguments. She is not like the defendant. She's not admitting that what she can't deny and denying what she can't afford to admit, because if she did, she would have never admitted to her failure to act to protect Harmony. She would have never denied doing the small things. She would have claimed, oh, I did do those. I tried to redeem myself. And how she comes across, how she testifies. What she is a battered woman admitting an inconvenient and terrible truth, that she failed in a moment of life when her character was put to the test. She did nothing to help Harmony, nothing to stop her. She didn't kill her. Only the defendant did that. So when defense counsel says that it was Kayla who put Harmony in a duffel bag in the trunk and told Adam about it later, you heard and saw Kayla testify, she did nothing for Harmony. Not a thing. And you can't get something from nothing. And the defendant's promise at openings that you'd see she did something remains exactly now as it was then. And it's a false promise. You've seen that theory with evidence presented to test it, and it is still without support. It is still without corroboration, and it is still unreasonable to believe, because it was the defendant who did something. When you consider Kayla's testimony, don't consider it alone. Consider it with all of the facts that go along with that testimony. Facts such as that she does have an agreement to tell the truth. Defense counsel questioned her and argued that, well, she had to give the police a lot more to get out of the additional lies that she said in grand jury. But remember, if she doesn't tell the truth, all of this comes back on her. It's back to square one for her. Her agreement is null and void. But the evidence that you saw, how thoroughly the police investigated this case, where Harmony is, location after location after location in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, 900 plus pieces of evidence to help find out what happened, has only corroborated Kayla about who killed Harmony, about when she died, who hit her, who mangled her body, and who dumped her where she is now, somewhere between here and the Tobin Bridge in Massachusetts. Corroboration, big, fancy, 5-syllable word that stands for evidence that supports that a statement is true. If you just had Kayla's testimony alone, with her truthful testimony on the elements of the crime charged, that would be enough for you to go ahead and find the defendant guilty of all the charges. But you don't just have her testimony. You have so much more, because every witness, 50 witnesses that came in and testified to you about and provided evidence, provide some corroboration for Kayla's account of what happened in ways that she never could have known. And that includes testimony and evidence that corroborates her on how Kayla died, how Harmony died, and why the defendant killed Harmony. Why her body was desecrated. How Kayla was silenced for so long, and how the defendant discarded Harmony like trash so she wouldn't be found. Let's look at just one example. How do we know that Kayla's telling the truth when she told us how the defendant tried to induce or cause her to stick to his story, to not testify, to not tell people how he murdered and disposed of Harmony? How do we know that Kayla's telling the truth on that, tampering with her as a witness? It's because the evidence corroborates it. Nicole Giles told us that Kayla was still at the Fit on Lake Avenue, the Families in Transition Shelter, when she saw bruises on Kayla's body. This is back in January of 2020, before Harmony was ever known to be missing. And Kayla is admitting to Miss Giles that the defendant is beating her. And she, what? She asked Miss Giles not to tell anyone. Having just been homeless, now living in a transition shelter with 2 younger children, and having been tested before and failed to get help for a child, she stays silent. She obeys and sticks with the defendant's story. Despite her abuse later, we see that as well from the testimony of Rose Smith, who was giving her that ride for methadone that morning, saw the beating that Kayla had taken the night before, and as she again saw pure rage in the defendant's face as he came and wrenched the phone out of Rose's hands, saying, "You're not going to give my wife that phone." So much so that when you heard and saw Rose testify, you heard her say, ever since then, she refused to drive them around anymore. That she carries pepper spray now. And she said, quote, "Something I will never forget." Kayla is under control and doesn't say what happens to Harmony throughout that time period. And he believes that she's helping police. You heard testimony about how he believed the police were listening in on him and tracking him, and that he was ripping light fixtures down, that he was breaking thermostats and electronics. Kayla told you that he was paranoid that she was working with police and was being listened to. It's not a sign of mental illness. That's not a sign of being sad. A sign of guilty conscience. A sign that you want to continue to exert control. And you should think of it as such. That's corroborated by Dennis Cloutier. Remember the handyman at 644 Union Street? He saw the ripped down electronics, the broken thermostats, and he made the repairs. We also see more of that witness tampering from the testimony of Tara Hilbert, next door on Orange Street, when Kayla finally does escape physically the clutches of the defendant, to the cycle of abuse that he had perpetrated for so long. The defendant didn't want to be found out. And since he silenced Kayla because he didn't want to be found out what he had done. And you know that from the very beginning. Don't forget the Facebook messages to Travis Beach. The U-Haul was still out there. What did he tell Travis? The day after, the next morning, when he's trying to find out, Travis is trying to find out where the van, because it's supposed to be back, what does he tell Travis right then? "Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again." Just like getting rid of the body and destroying physical evidence, convincing witnesses to what you've done to stay silent, that's what murderers do. That's what this defendant did. They silenced them into staying silent. And the defendant did that for so very long. He made sure that it was his story that was being told. He continued to tell his story and different variations of it to everybody. His lie that he created. To Christina Lubin, remember, this would have been the first day after they got booted out of Anthony Badero's Audi. At Christina's place, tells her, "I dropped her off in Massachusetts with her mother." Jessica Guerin tells her over a year later, while she's delivering a gift for her boyfriend, tells her at that time, "Oh, my other daughter, she's down in Massachusetts," and quickly changes the subject. Demetrios Saros, the former DCYF employee, tells her, "Nope, send her down to her mother in Massachusetts." Did that right around Thanksgiving. Courtney Garcia, who sees Harmony in the car on Thanksgiving Day and not there just a couple of weeks later. What's the defendant's story? What does the defendant, not Kayla, what does the defendant tell all of these people and tell Courtney Garcia? Dropped her off at my mother's. She was having bathroom problems. No, I'm sorry, dropped her off at her mother's. She was having bathroom problems. Tells Rebecca Maines, dropped her off with her biological mother. Biological mother doesn't even let me see her. A clever lie that works if Kayla sticks to the story that he's told everyone. And it did for a long time. It's why Kayla's in prison today. And corroborating evidence comes not only from the witnesses, but again, from evidence of receipts and from photographs. Because a picture does speak 1,000 words. That is not the face of the person who's in control. It's the face of the person who was kept under control. She needed to be kept under control so that what the defendant did to his daughter would not be found out, and it worked for a long time. But all the witnesses who corroborate all testified to a different aspect of seeing the control that he exerted on Kayla and the stories that he told others, to stop her from actually working with the police and to stop her from telling police what really happened. That's about what he does to her. But what else corroborates Kayla about why Harmony was killed? The defendant again, not only about why, but telling Courtney Garcia and Rebecca Maines that why she is no longer with him, or one of the reasons at the time he gets rid of her, is because she's having bathroom accidents. So you know that that's the reason why he did what he did to her on the morning of December 7th. He's still mad about why this happened. He's still talking about it. Months with Rebecca Maines, years later. It's why he killed her, having accidents in the car. When Kayla said that the defendant hit her overnight and says words of, "You have to stop doing this," that's corroborated by what he told Courtney Garcia and Rebecca Maines, that he got rid of Harmony because she was having accidents. Rebecca Maines told us just yesterday, a friend of his, a close friend of his, that these accidents are what made him take Harmony away to, what did Rebecca testify? The defendant told her, a better place for Harmony. A better place. He told her that he thought Harmony was having these accidents on purpose. And Courtney Garcia especially recalled that the defendant said the accidents were happening while they were living in the car. So when the defendant says there's no evidence to support Kayla about what happened in the car, you know that's not true. Rebecca Maines could not have been clearer yesterday when she told you and clarified for both sets of counsel that the defendant told her he hated Harmony because Harmony reminded him of Harmony's mother. She could not have been clearer about that. Remember, if the defendant himself agrees with his displeasure and anger at Harmony when he got rid of her, and that was because of having accidents in the car, and when he says it to other people, that's not a coincidence. That's corroboration. Corroboration that he was angry at Harmony for the bathroom accidents. Evidence that even though this little 5-year-old girl that he thought was doing it on purpose, evidence of why he was so angry that morning. What else corroborates Kayla's account of when Harmony was killed and what the defendant did to her? Matt Gendron and Kim Frayne. Both of them corroborate the time of when this occurred. Both of them corroborated because Kayla told you it happened when they were back, when the last night that they had their car going into the morning. The drive from the methadone clinic to Burger King in the morning on December 7th. And after that, they move into Anthony Badero's outing. And what do we have on that cold, dark, winter night, December 8th, 2019? Just after midnight, we've got the defendant Facebook messaging away to Matt Gendron as he told you, "Hey, need help, ASAP, please. Need a jump and jumper cables, ASAP. I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and the battery, we've been sleeping in our car and the battery just died. My car died. My car. Me." And we know what car he's staying in. It's Anthony Badero's blue Audi. We know that from the tow receipt because the car went and got towed by Aaron Sweeney earlier on the 7th. Matt didn't want to go out. Kim agreed to go out, got there with a jumper pack, and when she was there, no Harmony. The two boys get in the car. Harmony doesn't get in the car. More corroboration of when this happened. Separate from Kayla's testimony, separate from the corroboration that what she says is in fact the truth. What is unreasonable to be believed? What is not corroborated? What's not corroborated is the defendant's theory that something happened in the middle of the night while he wasn't there. There has been no evidence of that. I'm going to talk about Mr. Badero for a few more minutes. The defendant proclaimed in opening that that he wasn't around that night because he was doing his business to get them out of that car. He's unemployed. He got no business. What business have we seen or heard any testimony about? He wasn't out working for Anthony Badero, making money and doing his business, because Anthony Badero showed us he's not the type of guy who's going to go ahead and hire the defendant to go out and work for him in the middle of the night. Tony Badero is not the type of guy who lets a homeless family stay in his car for more than 2 days. He was the type of guy who wanted that the family wanted to make sure didn't find out that they were living in Tony Badero's parking lot before their car broke down. And Tony Badero was definitely not the type of guy who was going to trust a homeless drug user who buys drugs from him to drive his car around at the middle of the night to help deliver drugs. Mr. Badero testified that he drove his car back then despite not having a license. It's not reasonable for you to believe that he is going to have Adam Montgomery drive him around that night, either to deliver drugs or in exchange for drugs. In fact, remember, Mr. Badero admitted to you that when he met the defendant, it was in the late summer of 2019. When? The one time he told you that he had the defendant drive him. And what was he driving to? The courthouse, on charges for Mr. Badero getting caught for driving without a license. When you go to the courthouse for charges of driving without a license, probably a good idea if you don't drive your own car. Probably a good idea to have somebody else drive you, which is what Mr. Badero testified to, that was the one time he had the defendant drive his car. And that's back in the summer, long before the family's homeless, long before December of 2019. If the defendant gets pulled over making drug deliveries in the middle of the night, as defense is suggesting you, Mr. Badero's got a lot bigger problems to worry about than driving around without a license. Employing the defendant as his driver is something that Mr. Badero denied, and as you can see from reason, is not something that Mr. Badero would have done. It's not rational. It's also not rational to believe that Mr. Badero would have entrusted the defendant to go out and deliver his drugs for him. From all of the testimony you've heard at that time, you can easily imagine that if Mr. Badero trusted the defendant to go deliver drugs for him, the drugs that got delivered were probably going to be a lot less than what Mr. Badero had promised his customers. Common sense tells you that is not true. Common sense tells you that the defendant has no place to be the night of the 6th and the 7th, except in his car, with his family, with Harmony. He has no business. He has nowhere else to be. And why did Mr. Badero tell us all this? He also said that the defendant and Kayla, when he saw them, were always together. Always together. And that when he did go outside, and Badero said, when those days, on the days when they were in the Audi and he went outside, he did not see Harmony. Harmony was not there on the 8th. Harmony was not there on the 9th. And Kayla, as much as got jumbled a few minutes ago in closing arguments, Kayla was clear as well. It's one of the lies that she told you was a lie that the defendant doesn't want you to believe is a lie. She told you in grand jury that she lied and said that, in grand jury, I told Anthony Badero, I know that Anthony Badero saw the kids and Harmony and waved to him every day. I said that in grand jury, and I lied in grand jury. But you just heard in closing arguments that the defendant doesn't want you to believe that that's a lie, even though she admitted that that's a lie. You want to have your cake, and you want to eat it too. That's what the defendant wants. What else is unreasonable to believe? Arguments that, no one would have seen him stuffing her into the duffel bag when the car was pulled over on the intersection of Webster and Elm. Nobody, that could have happened, and for nobody to have seen it, that's impossible. It's easy to manipulate 35 pounds in a rear seat of a passenger when your back is to the sidewalk and the shrubs that you saw there on that section of the road, with a building with very few windows on that section of the road, when it's freezing cold and everyone around you is distracted by the woman who's waving other cars to go around. The physical evidence in the car and the physicality of manipulating Harmony's body show that this is yet another way in which the defendant's theory is unsupported, that his arguments that Harmony died from something other than his hands the morning of December 7th, that is unreasonable. It was he who punished her with his fists that day, and it was he who decided to destroy, alter, conceal, and remove her body from the Sebring to be sure it couldn't be used against him when somebody came asking, "Where is Harmony?" You may, when you're back in deliberations, be looking at the evidence in this case. Different pieces of evidence that are there. Photographs, diagrams, having a good understanding of where everything was, where it was found. And you may be asking yourself, why don't we have more forensic evidence here? First of all, the defendant is telling you that he falsified physical evidence. The other thing is that, as experts have told you time and time again, each one of the experts that got up here, time and elements can wear down DNA and fingerprints and blood. They were able to find DNA 106 trillion times more likely from a female child of the defendant and Crystal Sorey on this toothbrush in the very back of the trunk. The trunk of the Audi that the defendant abandoned, of the Sebring that the defendant had abandoned. But by being so good in hiding his crimes and in intimidating the one witness, the eyewitness to him beating Harmony to death, by wiping down and hiding and destroying evidence, he was sure that there was going to be less and less of it around. And yet still, from that toothbrush, from the ceiling, the truth prevailed. Sometimes evidence is not always where you expect to find it. We heard testimony about this cooler, Christina Lubin's cooler. This cooler that the defendant kept Harmony's body in. We know that Harmony was in there in a bag. We also know from Christina Lubin that she used to put money in there, and she had put money in there recently for the defendant to be able to take to help provide for the family. So we know there should be fingerprints on the inside of that because their fingers definitely would have gone in to take the money. And yet the fingerprints are not there. We know that latent prints sometimes go away. And yet when Kayla Montgomery comes forward and tells you, here is what I know. She finally comes forward in June. She leads everybody. She leads police to the evidence that actually corroborates and in ways that she never could have known. She never would have known what was in the fit ceiling. She never would have known that police would have been able to find a sample, an example from CMC of the bag that the defendant had stuffed Harmony into. She told you she initially thought with police this was the bag. She never would have known afterwards that Emily Thompson and Cameron Gibney both saw the bag in the Portland Pie cooler. She never would have known about what had happened and was found and was discussed in testimony about the Union Street bathroom, the ATM records, the Home Depot receipt, the Economistay Lodge, the rental records. She never would have known that when she came forward with this. In the ceiling. Not even my height. Kayla Montgomery is not climbing up there to be able to look and see that there's something still in that ceiling. Part of all of those different things and what happened, you should also go ahead and consider what Kayla said afterwards about the forensic evidence that she could not have known would have corroborated her. You heard about the bag of lime. It's not the fanciest looking bag of lime up there, is it? But that's the one that she identified. So let's talk about that for a moment. It's the bag of lime that has the same SKU that had been purchased the day of February 26th. That an 11:20 ATM withdrawal happened at the Citizens Bank, South Willow Street, and 20 minutes later, across the street at the Home Depot, that's when there's a purchase of that bag of lime. That SKU number specifically was found, as was testified to by the gentleman from Home Depot. A purchase of lime by a person who doesn't own a lawn and has nothing to fertilize in the middle of the winter. And common sense tells us maybe the defendant really wanted to get some lye, L-Y-E, like you would find in Drano, breaks down organic material, rather than lime to make your soil, doesn't lower the pH, it raises it, makes it less acidic. But the lime purchased at Home Depot 20 minutes after the ATM transaction. And what was it purchased with? A grinder, a blade, that purchase, and a battery, excuse me. That's not a coincidence. Again, that's corroboration. Corroboration that when the defendant talked about how he wanted to get rid of Harmony's body, when they got their tax refunds in their account, that's what he did. So when she told you, and we heard about this a moment ago in cross-examination, when she told you that she had seen this grinder new in a box at some point, believing that she had seen it at her mother's house earlier on, when the defendant said that was the kind of saw he wanted to use to get rid of Harmony's body. And then when you heard that Christina Lubin doesn't own this kind of saw, it's a grinder. She does woodworking. This is not a woodworking tool. It's for grinding metal. You have to ask yourself, where is it then that Kayla saw this grinder new in a box? Where was it? Again, not the lie of a master schemer, is it? Why would she concoct that out of thin air, as the defendant's arguing? Why say that that's the grinder or saw that he discussed when she knows and testified to you already that there's a corded saw in a box underneath the sink? If this was untrue, if she had not seen this grinder at some point new and in a box, if she was singing for her supper, she would have instantly just said, oh, yeah, it's the saw that we have down there. Saw the whole thing. That's what happened. Yeah, detectives, that's the saw. But she didn't do that. She identified the grinder. She said she saw it new. She remembers it because that's what the defendant talked about wanting to use on Harmony. If she didn't see it at Christina Lubin's house, and the only other place you can reasonably conclude is that she saw it at Union Street, along with the bag of lime, and she doesn't remember it clearly. That's the only other reasonable, logical conclusion to make. It's not a coincidence that from their account the money gets taken out and 20 minutes later this happens. It's corroboration.
Mila, thank you for your first super chat. Wow.
And the next day, Dennis Cloutier is over at the house. The next day, trying to snake the drain, as asked by the defendant. And who did he say is pacing behind him while he is trying to snake the drain? The drain and the drain cover that's already been off. Is it
Adam?
No, it's not Kayla. It's the defendant, he said. Just
to get
the
that
defendant who
Home
was
Depot
pacing
receipt
behind
thrown
him.
out. Home Depot purchase. They're trying to get that thrown out.
More evidence that Kayla would never have known corroborates what happened. More and more and more. She could never have known that there would be Easy Pass toll records of the same rental vehicle going back and forth, as Trooper Hernandez told us, through the Tobin Bridge on the night that he left to get rid of the body with the U-Haul. She could never have known when she told police what happened that those records were there, and that lo and behold, the odometer perfectly matches up for the distance to take that drive. Common sense tells you that. She didn't know that. She didn't know that that corroboration existed, because it's not reasonable to think that Kayla would tell and enable police to find other evidence that she did something. If she was the one who had killed Harmony, like the defendant wants you to believe, she would never have done any of this. The theory does not fit. And I want to jump to another reason why this theory does not fit. He's shown us that he's not the type of person that would have allowed this to happen under his theory. He's argued to you that he's a caring parent, despite what we've seen from the rest of the evidence. But his theory is, in fact, this, that they had planned for hours what to do with the body, and that the plan was to carry her around for months and store her in different places and then finally do something eventually whenever we get enough money for a grinder. It doesn't make sense. His theory is also that he was such a caring parent that he came home in the middle of the night from taking care of business to discover that his 5-year-old that he fought to get custody of is dead while left in Kayla's care, and he just takes it. He doesn't react. He doesn't rage. His theory is that he doesn't hit Kayla or yell or scream so others can hear, is that he just sits in the car for the rest of the day and night and takes it. Goes to the methadone clinic at 7:04 like it's nothing in the morning and takes it. That's his theory. That's not him. That's not who we've seen. That he would show indifference towards Harmony's death. That he bags, carts, stores, stuffs, frees, thaws, squishes, consolidates his child. He does all of that, then leaves Kayla for another woman, leaves her with this woman that he's arguing to now killed one of his children, leaves the other kids with her, and then takes off to Maine, goes on to live his life. That's not him. That's not him. That's not what we've heard. He doesn't do nothing. He would not have been the passenger in this situation. He's the driver. What the defendant suggests his reaction was would not have been his reaction if Harmony just died in the middle of the night from something and he came back to find her in a duffel bag in the trunk. So we know that theory that depends on you believing that he's that type of person does not work. It is a fantasy. It is beyond belief. It is a bizarro world that the defendant would have you believe in light of discovering that his offspring is dead, that he does nothing, and that it's Kayla who's always doing the something. That's not reasonable because it's not supported by the evidence. Not with the defendant's lies to others. Not with the actions that we've seen him take towards Kayla. Not with the evidence that he left on Kayla's face and arms and back. And he lied to others too. He lied to others too. Who's the one that's getting rid of the phone? He's got his new girlfriend, Kelsey Small, to get rid of the phone. You saw from the other video there, he doesn't put himself in front of the camera. In fact, you probably saw when he first walked in, he had half a hand over his face. The video's there. You can look at it if you'd like when we go back into deliberations. He lied to the tow truck driver about his address. He had to abandon the car. It was the crime scene. He told the tow truck driver, I live at 77 Guilford Street. You know he doesn't live at 77 Guilford Street. Told the tow truck driver, I got no phone. We know he has a phone. He used it that night to Facebook message Matt Gendron to try to get a jump for the dead car. He lies to get rid of things. He tries to continue to hide. He tells Travis Beach, don't send me this stuff on Facebook. He certainly does have a cell phone during that time. He wants to get his car away from him as fast as possible. What better way to abandon it? Just tell the tow truck driver you don't have the phone and don't worry about it. Let him get rid of the evidence because he's telling you now that he's guilty of getting rid of evidence. The defendant admitted only to what he had to, which to you or I would be unspeakable acts to do to any human being, let alone a small child, let alone your own flesh and blood. He says in his arguments you should find him guilty of altering, destroying, concealing, and removing Harmony's body. And he admits this. Why? Because he thinks you're going to be fooled. His counsel questioned Kayla with the legal principle, and I'm sure you remember it. He was asking Kayla about her petty theft from Dunkin' Donuts. Well, you took some responsibility of it. You took the lesser way out of the problem so you wouldn't get a more serious charge. That's what he thinks that you're going to let him do. He thinks if you'll let him slide on the murder, if he admits to what happened afterwards because he knows the evidence of that is overwhelming, that you'll let it go on the other two. And he admits what he can't deny. He denies what he can't afford to admit. And the only part of Harmony that we have left will be sitting in that deliberation room with you on that pink toothbrush and outside here in this part of the ceiling wall that's there. And the other parts of her body, her rest of her torso, her face, her eyes, that smile, only the defendant, as we all sit and stand here today, knows where they are. And he can't afford to admit to you that he knows where they are, because the evidence contained on them will show that he caused her death. So she won't get the burial that everyone deserves. She doesn't get a headstone in the ground above the head that he battered. She doesn't get to be at peace in death because of what he did, because he can't afford to tell anyone where she is. She doesn't get dignity. She doesn't get peace because this man did nothing. He didn't do nothing. He did something called murder. And because he says trying to find her is a waste of time, that trying to find her is a waste of taxpayer money, that's what he thinks of her. That's what he thinks of what he did. That's what he thinks of you now. Efforts to find where he put her and what he did to her and why he killed her, they're a waste of time to him. His words, you heard them. To find the child that he murdered and the evidence that he hid. He believes Harmony's life and death are a waste of time and that they weren't anything to him and that he dumped her like trash. This is what you've seen in the evidence. This is what you've heard the defendant say when you consider whether he has an extreme indifference to the value of Harmony's life when he killed her. He had no value for her life when he killed her. He took an innocent life, a child, for no reason other than his rage and his indifference and his ignorance and his lack of humanity. Because this trial is about Harmony Montgomery. And you sat here and you were so attentive to every moment, every terrible fact. You watched the eyes and the voices of every witness. And you know it's not about quantity, it's about quality. How they testified, how they looked at you when they answered questions on cross and direct. That was not a waste of time. Only Harmony's killer would say that finding her is a waste of time. That's bearing witness is what you have done to the truth. And that's a front row seat on what this man perpetrated on Harmony and her body and the truth from being shown to you, who cowardly runs off to Maine to distance himself from the scene of his crimes, who runs with Demetrios, comes to the house and could see that bruise on her face. And even then, a week later, Demetrios still saw marks of her after the defender had bashed her all around the house. The man who complains about tracking down leads in Arizona as a waste of effort to prove something. Yes, that's what people do. That's what this community, this state, this nation, this society do. We go to find and protect life. Every one of us, whether you wear a badge or you don't, you seek to protect children, to put the next generation above your own. That's what a father does. That's not what the defendant wanted, because he is not Harmony's father. He has forfeited that right to even claim that title or call himself her father. She was never a daughter to him. Not in July, not in December, not in that phone call, not from the moment of her death continuing up through this very day when he knows where she is. He killed somebody he didn't see as a daughter. He never saw her as a blessing. He beat down something he saw as a nuisance, that he saw as an inconvenience. His behavior to the bathroom accidents shows you that in that moment when he killed her, she wasn't a person. She was an object, thing. And he was mad at this thing that ruined his car. And he hit, and he hit, and he hit this thing to make it stop doing what he didn't want it to do, to teach it a lesson. Until he said to Kayla, I think I hurt her this time. I think I did something. And he might as well have said, I think I broke it. And that's what he did to her. Afterwards, only proves that his actions don't believe that he murdered his daughter. He broke one of his things. And like any broken thing that somebody never really loved, they throw it away. And that's what he did. He may have genetically donated half of his DNA to her, but he was not her father. She was an object that he beat, stuffed, threw, and shelved in a walk-in cooler. Cameron Gibney told you she was down next to the mustard. She was an object made even tinier from her 35 pounds when she was alive by defrosting and consolidating her down, that he took to a hotel and he drove through some tolls and he threw it away. And he knows where she is right now, but he believes it's a waste of time and taxpayer money to try to find her. So don't you ever think that this man murdered his own daughter. Rebecca Maines told you he hated Harmony because she reminded him of her mother.
The biological mother, yeah.
Defense counsel told you to go ahead and put a motion aside and look at the facts. Look at the facts. Look at the facts and call him a killer. Put a motion aside, look at the facts, and then you can call him a tyrant. And you can call him call him rageful. Those descriptions suggested to you, maybe, evil. But don't call him a father. It's time now for you to hear the court's final instructions, to then go back into that room and deliberate all the evidence that you've seen, and to hold the defendant responsible for everything he did in July of 2019, in December of 2019, and afterwards. You promised both parties in the court during jury selection that when proof had been shown beyond a reasonable doubt of all of the elements of the crimes, that you could and would hold the defendant responsible. And now, not all doubt, but all reasonable doubt, and that proof has been shown. You promised us during jury selection that you did that, and you would do that, and you saw Kayla testify. From that alone, you've got sufficient evidence to convict him of every charge, but you don't have to take her word for it, because we've just talked about and you've seen for 2 weeks all of the evidence that corroborates and gives you what you need to find him guilty on each and every single one of these charges. We saw in this courtroom that Kayla is not lying about who hit Harmony, and there is no doubt about how Harmony was hurt in July, who killed her in December, what was done to her body and who did it, who falsified physical evidence, and how the defendant kept Kayla quiet. He's guilty of second-degree murder for recklessly causing Harmony's death with extreme indifference to the value of life, because you've seen beyond even that standard. He had complete indifference to the value of her life. Kayla did nothing. He did a lot of things. He did something, he said. It's called murder. It's called assault. And he's guilty of every single one of those charges in front of you. And so I ask you to hold him responsible for that truth in what you've seen in the facts, what you've seen, what you've tested, and what you've heard has been proven. Find him accountable and find him guilty on every single one of these charges. And I thank you so much for your time today.
He did really good. As somebody in the chat said, passionate.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to give you my final instructions.
Oh, that's it.
As I said to you earlier, you will have, I'll send 12 sets of all the instructions, both the ones that I gave to you prior to opening statements and the ones I give to you now as a whole. You will have written copies of these instructions with you in the jury deliberation room, so please listen carefully. Please remember that in order to reach a verdict in this case, whether it is guilty or not guilty, your verdict must be unanimous. Prior inconsistent statements. In deciding whether to believe a witness, you may consider whether the witness made statements before trial which were not consistent with the witness's testimony at trial. Thus, if the witness made an inconsistent statement before trial, you may use that statement in deciding whether to believe that witness's trial testimony. Keep in mind that you may not use the statement made before trial as proof that the facts in this statement are true. The statement made before trial is only to be used by you in deciding whether to believe a witness. There are, however, two exceptions to this general rule that prior statements may only be used in assessing witness credibility. If the statement made before trial was made by the defendant or by a witness under oath, then you may use that prior statement as proof that the facts in the statement are true. I'm now going to discuss the definition of a crime and the crimes with which the defendant is charged. The definition of a crime. A crime is the breaking of a law for which the law provides punishment. All crimes have at least two parts, an act and a criminal state of mind. In deciding whether a person is guilty of a crime, you must determine both what the person's actions were and what his state of mind was. For a person to be guilty of a crime, he must have physically acted to do something that is criminal, and he must have had a particular state of mind. Unless a person both acted to do something that is criminal and had the required mental state, that person has not committed a crime. That means that if a person either did not physically act to do something criminal or did not have the required mental state, then he is not guilty of a crime. To understand how mental state works, consider this example. Suppose two automobile drivers hit a pedestrian who was crossing the street. Suppose one of the drivers hit the pedestrian deliberately, whereas the other one did so out of carelessness. The two drivers would be guilty of different crimes even though they both committed the same act, because each had a different mental state. Proof of intent. To prove that the defendant has committed a crime, the state must first prove that the defendant did certain acts, and second, that the defendant acted with a certain intent. Whether the defendant acted with the particular intent charged is a question of fact for you to decide. Keep in mind that there is often no direct evidence of intent because there is no way of examining the operation of a person's mind. You should consider all of the facts and circumstances in evidence in deciding whether or not the state has proven that the defendant acted with the intent as it is charged in the indictment. Multiple indictments, one defendant. Each of the indictments against the defendant constitutes a separate offense. You must consider each indictment separately and determine whether the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty on one of the indictments should not influence your verdict with respect to the other indictments. The charged offenses. Charge ID 1937947C. The defendant is charged with the crime of second-degree assault. The definition of this crime has three parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1, the defendant caused bodily injury to Harmony Montgomery, and 2, Harmony Montgomery was a child under the age of 13, and 3, the defendant acted knowingly. Certain words in the definition need to be further defined. Knowingly. A person acts knowingly when he is aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstances under which he acted. The state does not have to prove that the defendant specifically intended or desired a particular result. What the state must prove is that the defendant was aware of the nature of his conduct. Charge ID 2027112C. The defendant is charged with the crime of second-degree murder recklessly with extreme indifference to the value of human life. The definition of this crime has three parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1, the defendant caused the death of Harmony Montgomery, and 2, Harmony Montgomery was under the age of 13, and 3, the defendant acted recklessly under circumstances showing an extreme indifference to the value of human life. These are the elements of the crime of second-degree murder recklessly with extreme indifference to the value of human life. Certain words in the definition need to be further defined. Recklessly. A person acts recklessly when he is aware of and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would cause a certain result. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that, considering the circumstances known to him, its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the conduct that a law-abiding person would observe in the situation. There are several components of a reckless mental state that the state must prove. 1, the defendant was aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would cause a particular result. And 2, the defendant consciously disregarded the risk. In other words, he elected to disregard the risk and take the chance that his conduct would cause a particular result. It is not enough for the state to prove that the defendant failed to become aware of the risk involved. The state must prove that the defendant was aware of the risk and consciously disregarded it. And 3, from what the defendant knew of the circumstances, his disregard of the risk was a gross deviation from what a law-abiding person would have done under the circumstances. The key words here are gross deviation. If you find that the defendant's actions were unreasonable or thoughtless, that is not enough. To find that the defendant acted recklessly, you must find that his disregard of the risk was a substantial departure from what a law-abiding person would have done under the same circumstances. For a killing to be second-degree murder, the defendant must not simply act recklessly, but rather must act recklessly under circumstances showing an extreme indifference to the value of human life. This means something more than merely being aware of and consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk of death. The risk involved and the disregard must be so blatant as to manifest extreme indifference to the value of human life. Charge ID 2027113C, falsifying physical evidence. The defendant is charged with the crime of falsifying physical evidence. The definition of this crime has three parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1, the defendant believed that an official proceeding or investigation was pending or about to be instituted, and 2, the defendant altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed the body of Harmony Montgomery. And 3, the defendant's purpose in committing that act was to impair the verity or availability of the physical evidence in the proceeding or investigation. Certain words in the definition need to be further defined. Official proceeding means any proceeding before a legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental body or official authorized by law to take evidence under oath or affirmation, including a notary or other person taking evidence in connection with any such proceeding. The term purposely A person acts purposely when his conscious object is to engage in certain conduct. The state must prove that the defendant had the conscious object to engage in this conduct. The key words here are conscious object. To have a conscious object means to have a specific intent. It means that the defendant desired to engage in certain conduct. It is not enough for the state to prove that the defendant knew or was aware of what he was doing, nor is it enough for the state to prove that the defendant created a risk of injury or harm. To prove that the defendant acted purposely requires more than that. It requires proof that the defendant specifically intended or desired to do a particular act. Charge ID 2027114C, abuse of corpse. The defendant is charged with the crime of abuse of corpse. The definition of this crime has 3 parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove: 1. The defendant removed, concealed, or destroyed the corpse of Harmony Montgomery or any part thereof. 2. The defendant acted unlawfully. And 3. The defendant acted knowingly. These are the elements of the crime of abuse of corpse. Certain words in the definition need to be further defined. That word is knowingly. I've already read you the definition. In the instructions, I just refer you back to the definition that I gave you of knowingly. So it's the same definition that applies here. Charge ID 2027115C, tampering with witnesses and informants. The defendant is charged with the crime of tampering with witnesses and informants. The definition of this crime has 3 parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that the defendant believed that an official investigation was pending or was about to be instituted. And 2, the defendant attempted to induce or otherwise cause Kayla Montgomery to testify or inform falsely. And 3, the defendant acted purposely. The definition of purposely for purposes of this charge is the same as the definition of purposely that I have already read to you. I won't read it again, but you'll note that that definition is above. It is the same definition that applies to this charge. Those are the crimes that are pending against the defendant and are before you. The defendant's absence at trial. The defendant has been absent from trial. His absence from trial is not evidence in the case. You are not to guess or speculate as to the reason for his absence, and you may not draw any negative or adverse inference as a result of his not being present. You are not to consider for any purpose or in any manner in arriving at your verdict the fact that the defendant was not present at trial. That fact should not enter into your deliberations or discussions in any manner at any time. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let me say that this case is important to both of the parties, the state and the defendant. The principles of law that I have given to you are intended to guide you in reaching a fair result. You are to exercise your judgment and common sense with honesty, understanding, and due deliberation. As I said before, you should decide this case without passion, without prejudice, and without sympathy. It is your highest duty as officers of this court to conscientiously determine a fair and just result in this case. Now again, as you were instructed during the general selection process, there is a presumption of innocence that applies and continues throughout the trial until the state convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of each and every element of the offenses with which he has been charged. And the defendant has no obligation whatsoever to prove his innocence in this matter, and that includes the right not to testify if he so chooses. When you have considered and weighed all of the evidence, you must make one of the following findings with respect to the charges before you. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proved any one or more of the elements of the offense charged, you must find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if you find that the state has proved all of the elements of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find the defendant guilty. And I remind you that a reasonable doubt is just what the words would ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means simply that the doubt must be reasonable rather than unreasonable. It must be a doubt based upon reason. It is not a frivolous or fanciful doubt, nor is it one that can easily be explained away. Rather, it is a doubt based upon reason as remains after consideration of all of the evidence that the state has offered against it. As I mentioned, we will select a foreperson at random at the end of these instructions. The foreperson acts much like the chair of a committee. He or she should make sure that you take up the issues that I have described and should make sure that each juror has a full opportunity to present his or her opinions and arguments. I suggest that deliberations involve several components. You should each think for yourself about the evidence and the law. You should speak up and let your fellow jurors know your opinions, views, and positions. You should listen carefully and keep an open mind as to what your fellow jurors have to say. And you should make every reasonable effort to reach a unanimous agreement. The verdict that you reach must be a unanimous verdict and represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, all 12 of you must agree on your verdict. As you deliberate, try your best to work out your differences. Do not hesitate to change your mind if you are convinced that the other jurors are right and that your original position was wrong. But do not change your mind just because other jurors see things differently or just to get the case over with. In the end, your vote must be exactly that, your own vote. It is important for you to reach unanimous agreement, but only if you can do so honestly and in good conscience. If any questions concerning the law should arise during your deliberations, the foreperson should write the question out and sign and hand it to the court officer. The court officer will bring that to me and I will respond. You should take as much time as you like. You will be given a verdict form to complete. When you have arrived at a verdict, let the court officer know and you will be returned to the courtroom where the foreperson will render the verdict orally in response to questions that the clerk of court will ask. The jury foreperson may use the jury verdict form in answering the clerk's questions as to each charge. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to send back one jury verdict form that has each of the charges and a place where you can record what your verdict is. And that document can stay with the jury foreperson when you are brought back into the courtroom, and the jury foreperson will use that to respond to the clerk's questions. Please bear in mind, in your deliberations, there can be no communications with anyone other than the other deliberating jurors in the case or the bailiff. You are not to use your cell phones or smartphones to communicate with anyone, check email, or use the internet. Your verdict in this case must be based solely on the evidence presented at trial and the law as I have explained it to you. We will now select the alternates and the jury foreperson.
Okay.
First alternate will
Oh, damn, she
be
got a raffle for
juror
real.
number 9.
Old school.
Sorry. So juror number 9 will be our first alternate. Second alternate, juror number 4. The third alternate, juror number 5.
I'd be pissed if I was an alternate.
Fourth alternate, juror number 1. And finally, fifth alternate will be juror number 15.
Horrible.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to pick the jury foreperson. Juror number 2. Are you willing to serve as the foreperson? Yes? Okay, very good. All right. Let me just say the alternates, those of you who are selected as alternates, will be taken to a separate location. You are not to discuss the case. You are not to read anything about the case. You are not to look at any media, do any research, all the same rules that applied before still apply to you now. There are times when we do need to use one or more alternates for purposes of deliberations. So it is critically important that you're not discussing the case with each other or with anybody else. You're not to do any independent research. Don't look anybody up. You are under sort of the same obligations as you were before in the event that we need to use you for purposes of deliberations. We need to make sure that you haven't discussed the case with anybody or done any independent research. Let me say for the deliberating jurors, we're going to send you back into the deliberation room. You may begin your deliberations whenever you are ready.
You get lunch?
The exhibits, I explained to you before that the exhibits will go back into the deliberation room. So all of the exhibits, with the exception of just a few, we are not going to send back. We are not going to send back. Was one body-worn camera video. If you wish to see that body-worn camera video, what we would do is let the court officer know. We would bring you back in, and we could show it to you at that time. We're also not going to send back some of the sheetrock, the rails, and the cooler, okay? But if you are interested in seeing any of those exhibits, please just let the court officer know, and we'll bring you back into the courtroom, and you'll be able to view those exhibits if you wish to do so. So the sheetrock, the rails, the cooler are not going to go back into the deliberation room. The body-worn camera that you viewed while you were here, that's also not going to go back. But if you wish to view any of those things, please just let the court officer know. We'll bring you back in, and we'll do it at that time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have accomplished everything out here that we need to accomplish. You've been very, very attentive. I very much appreciate that. I'm now going to let the court officers take the alternates to their location and the jury to the deliberating jurors to the deliberation room. All rise for the jurors, please.
On board. All right, so the poll for the verdict, 96% say guilty, 1% say not guilty, 2% say hung jury. I don't know what the other... I'm not sure what the other percent is, but
you may be seated.
So we got that. A lot of people are erring on the side of guilty. I mean, I knew from the beginning, once reading that probable cause affidavit, that I just felt like they had him dead to rights. Like, I don't know. There's just nothing. Okay, so I guess I can do the timer now. Let's start it. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Not working now. Properties, opening app, start. Control Shift P. Okay, it's going now. Okay. It's a little wonky. Got to bang on it. Okay, so what do you got? A lot of people want to do a poll of like, how long are you thinking for a verdict, right? So how long for verdict? We'll start with 1 hour. So that's 1 hour or less. 1 hour. Some people even think it's less than an hour, but the base will start at 1 hour. Then we'll do 2 hours. And we got to think court usually goes till 4. I don't know if they're willing to run later today. This judge has been pretty kind of like lax. Like, oh, you guys get to go home. So I don't know. 1, 2, 3 hours. And then I'll put the other option because I only get 4 options. 4 or more. I'll do that. 4 or more. For the people that think it could be 4 or more, or even maybe tomorrow. I think, and I'm hoping that it'll be done today. My guess, I'll put in my guess. I just threw up the verdict timer. I mean, the verdict poll. I think 2 hours. I'm going to go for 2 hours. I was almost even leaning to 3, but I'm going to go with 2. The only reason I don't sometimes, yeah, this chick is looking so happy. What's up with this chick? Is that Lori Daybell? Lori Vallow Daybell is chipper in court this morning. She got a pep in her step, smiling. L'Oreal shit. Let's see. Wow, I would have needed the audio. Definitely not. Wow. Look at her smiling. Ooh. Wow. Is she happy? Living her life. So I don't know. I've seen trials where I just every time I thought something was gonna be something, is something else with a jury. Like for example, I thought that Letitia Stout. I thought that trial was gonna be open and shut. I didn't think it was gonna take hours and hours and hours. They didn't even finish that day. It took them, I think, the next day. I don't remember how long Letitia took. Was it like 6 hours? I was shocked and even pissed, and I went on a rant, which I shouldn't have, because they deserve the time that they get. Whatever that's their right to do that. So I was shocked with that. And then when Murdoch, we were thinking like people were saying it's going to be a hung jury. The experts saying it was going to be a hung jury, and hung jury or not guilty. And I think with Alex Murdoch, they came back in 2 hours. I was like, what? Debbie, that's a good question. So, and I saw some, or thought, I mean, somebody else mentioned that too, that they extended it because of lunch times. So Debbie says, I went 3 mil because I think they will have lunch. And I wonder too, because I remember when I was deliberating on that case years ago, that I think we ate while deliberating. You don't have to deliberate technically. You could just kind of sit there and eat your food. But we ate and kind of talked, and when we got our food. And it's like lunchtime now, I think. Usually they take lunch around now. So I'm going to go with 2. I should have waited a little bit because I don't want to sway people with the poll. That rat was awesome. I even took that video down. So far we have 576 votes. 23% say 1 hour, 42% say 2 hours, and 24% say 3 hours, and 10% say 4 or more. I had to take I was eating a little bit. I was the worst times ever to eat, and so I held off a little bit because prosecution did really good. He did really good. I don't want to a horrible time when I try to eat, so I waited a little bit. Why did they have the charge of child abuse resulting in death? Because I'm assuming because he was abusing her, and the claim is that he had punched her multiple times, and then she just passed away, and she made some sounds or something before she passed away. You remember the rant? So there's a couple things going on. I think the other updates we should do separate streams, because what happens is if we do like the James Crumley thing, or we do the Chad Dorman, which I want to do later. Let me see. It's actually still going on, so we should watch it from the beginning anyway. And it looks like they're doing an all-day thing. But I think we should do those streams separately, because what happens is if we do these different topics now, it gets lost in this stream, and then later on, and for the rest of the month and for the rest of my life, people are like, hey, did you update this? Hey, did you talk about this? Hey, I never saw you. And if at least we did it separate with the title and a dedicated stream, it doesn't get lost, in the mush. But there's other stuff we can do. We can talk about random stories. We can rewatch the closing, the part that we missed. There's also Adam Montgomery interrogation. We could watch that if people wanted to watch that. And as far as Adam Montgomery, I almost don't even care what the defense had to say. It's just like, I don't know, they have nothing. But I'm hearing that somebody said they looked up the law. Let me see what this person said here. ASB says, if I can find the comment. She said, I read the law. They only have to be present for sentencing. He's such a coward. So I guess Adam only has to be there for sentencing. Maybe not even, I guess not even the verdict. I thought he would have to be there for the verdict. I guess not. We'll have to see what actually happens because I've heard some back and forth about that. The jury this morning was amazing. You want to see the interrogation? That might be interesting. I think the interrogation, I actually reacted to that a long time ago, but it's been a long time. I don't even remember it. And I think with all the new information, it's going to be watching it in a different light. And so maybe we should check that out. Let me see how long it is. BL sent it to me the other day. Oh, it's actually short. It's 30 minutes. Noel Alvarez, Lotus actually did update that about, I don't know. October 30th, 2023 was the last update that I did. And I don't remember what they said. They never found his body. He's still missing, but he's presumed dead. And let's see what it said here. The mother was indicted for murder. His mother was indicted for murder. They ran off to India. Nobody's seen or heard from them since. And yeah, that was kind of like the last thing. The last thing was that they finally charged the mother with murder. I don't know if they'll ever find her. I hope they do. And also there's some Audrey Cunningham, a little bit of stuff, a little bit, I guess. I mean, the guy, they put the murder charges on him, Don Stephen McDougal. They had so they had I think of, was it yeah, excuse me, they had a vigil. And apparently Grizzy, sorry, I messed that up. Grizzy was the only one allowed there, apparently. And so she went, and I heard she did a really good job. Actually, let me share this out if I can. I actually really did a really good job. And I saw some people on the Facebook group too referencing a YouTuber that's they're saying is problematic. That name kept coming up and up and up in the Facebook group. So I was like, oh boy. So the family allowed Grizzy to be there. Grizzy's Hood News on Facebook. So and so the thing this morning with mine, I had jury duty. I'm sorry, I'm repeating this so many times. I had jury duty, and I went, and I sat there for about 2 hours, and they let us go. The guy made an announcement, and he's like, "Surprise! I got a surprise announcement." He's like, "We don't need you anymore." And so they gave us a piece of paper. They said I did my duty, and that's it. So they can't bother me for a couple of years. I feel like I should be good anyway because I've done a month-long trial years ago. I feel like I'm in the. I should be like get a pass for the rest of my life. I actually wouldn't mind doing it if I had the time. Like if it wouldn't, because it's just it would cost me too much. I'd lose out on too much to go be on a trial for a prolonged period of time. Riddick timer. I do good. I don't know why I thought about that. But there's quite a few things. They're also talking about Gary Petito. There's been some updates with that. I think WFLA is going to do a stream. They're going to cover the documents. I haven't been keeping up with Gary Petito, but I've been kind of waiting if there's going to be a trial. there's been a back and forth. It's kind of cool. They have these little cool polls there. I want to get an interactive poll like that. That's dope. Vote now at the website. That's cool. Did they just give you an excuse from today or the rest of the week? It's not today or the rest of the week. That's it. It just says I perform my duties. I was summoned by this court and performed my jury service for the following dates, and that's it. I'm done. My uncle, he made up some type of excuse or whatever, and so they accepted it. But then, like I don't know, a month later, they called him to come back, and so he had to go back and do it. Let me see. Do we have time to do this thing? Because I'm leaving in a bit to go pick up the baby. I didn't even think about that. We could leave not a bad idea for when I get back. See, the thing, I don't know. I could really catch myself in a pickle though. Because we could jump on the second stream and let this run and cover the other topics. Like, I don't know how interesting James Crumley is or not. The motion. That Chad Dorman thing looks interesting. But they've already been going for 3.5 hours. I mean, we could always pause it. I wonder if I should set up a just to say if alleged confession to murdering sons can be used at trial. Why would they not be able to use a confession? I don't get that. Yeah, I got the dogs like 4 toys last night. A pickle toy, a lamb chop toy, a little lamb chop thing, a rooster, and I forgot what the other one was. Interrogation.
We might be able to work on that if you. We just turned this on. This is audio and video recorded. You alright with that?
Nope.
Okay. We'll do our best to try to get you a cigarette.
Yeah, we got cigarettes somewhere, so try to work on that, okay? Before we have any conversations, I'm just gonna have you read something, okay? And then we'll just go from there.
Turn off the volume.
Alright, just so you know, because you're under arrest right now, I have to read you this stuff, or you have to read it to me. Again, Detective Riley, Detective Dunleavy. It's January 4th, 2022. It's 8:55 p.m. You can read and write English, correct? Okay. So, Adam, I'm going to have you start from there, where it says I, and then I'm just going to have you read down.
I, Adam Montgomery, have the right to remain silent.
Start from here. I, Adam Montgomery,
Give the following voluntary statement. Detective Dunleavy, Detective Riley, who has identified himself as a member of the Manchester, New Hampshire Police Department. He has advised me the following: I have the right to remain silent. Anything I'm saying can be used against me in the court of law. I have the right to a lawyer for advice before any question.
Adam Montgomery.
I have one with me during a question. If I cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to me by the court. If I decide to answer questions now without my lawyer present, I still have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand? Yeah.
That dude just mumbling. Amelia Lopez, thank you so much for your first super chat. Thank you for the 5. Kelly, thank you for upgrading to level 2. Miss JMD, thank you for the 12 months. Thanks, Mod Chat, for a great year upgrading. Thank you. I love you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Shannon Q2, thank you for the level 2 membership. Dana Marquez, I got you ready. Thank you so much. Chef Lady, thank you for upgrading too. Appreciate it. Sweet Caroline, thank you. Kelly in Texas, you're level 1. We're getting rid of level 1 in February 29. Just giving people some time to change before it's gone. Gone. All right,
Yes. Okay. Do you understand all of these 1 through 5?
Yep.
Okay. What I'm gonna have you do, just initial 1 through 5. That just indicates that you understand what I'm saying, all right?
Yep.
All right. Can you just read that line
Do
for
you
me?
understand each of these rights? Yep.
And you're gonna check either yes or no. All right. And then read the next line for me.
Are you willing to have each of these rights? And are you willing to waive each of these rights and answer questions? Sure.
Okay. Now, Adam, you're just gonna sign that line. All right. Appreciate it.
Before we go forward,
And so, by the way, sorry for Streamlabs bugging out earlier. It timed out some of you guys. I turned off that function. All right.
can we get a cigarette in here?
So there's a sensor in there. So I'll work on getting you a cigarette at some point. I can't promise you one right now, just because the room we're in, and if this starts going off, I don't want to flood the building. You know what I mean?
Do you think they're gonna go off?
That thing will, the sprinkler. So, but at some point we'll work on getting you. I know we have cigarettes in here. I know where they are. Okay, you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you need a water?
I don't need nothing.
You good? Okay. Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay.
Okay. What's not okay?
Nothing. What's up?
All right. So I'm just gonna ask you some basic questions. You said you can read and write English, correct?
Sure.
All right. Can you just state your full name for me?
Adam Montgomery.
And Adam, what's your birthday?
12290.
And what address are you using to
I'm
call?
not using any.
Okay. What phone number are you using?
I don't have one.
Okay. What was the highest level of education?
GED.
Okay. Where'd you graduate high school from?
I did. I got a GED.
No, but I know. But like, where'd you get
While I
that?
was incarcerated.
Okay. Right now, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No.
Okay. Do you have any traumatic brain injuries or anything like that? Anything that prohibits you from recalling any memories or anything like that?
Not that I know of.
All right. So we've met before, right? We met the other day. I know you've had a long time down here. You've kind of been a roller coaster. I'm going to apologize for what happened out there. That's not how I do business, okay? That had nothing to do with me. Those are guys that like to play G.I. Joe, all right? If it had been up to me and I could have gotten a hold of you some way, I would have reached out to you. But you don't have a phone, right?
You guys could have just told my wife she wanted me to come in.
But aren't you not supposed to be talking to your wife?
No, that's bullshit.
It's not. You're not supposed to?
No, I can't be.
Thank you. Look at that.
I can't be.
I guess they're gonna let you smoke a cigarette here. They must have talked to somebody.
So I don't know why I was saying I can't talk to my wife because that's bullshit.
Maybe it's some old paperwork that somebody saw.
Yeah, from last year, but it was over and done with after I got out of jail.
So that's all clear.
DCYF said it was cleared up. The police said it was cleared up. Everybody said it was cleared. They said that there was no contact order between me and her.
Okay, and that's Kayla we're talking about. Okay. Well, you know what? If that's the case, then that's my fault for maybe not checking a little bit further into it. So I apologize for that.
Trying to butter them up a little bit. Let me get a little bit more in view. Okay.
Again, I apologize for the way things went down out there. Like I said, I'm not part of the SWAT team. I don't do that stuff. If I
Yeah, they usually they'll let them smoke. Somebody said while letting him smoke. Yeah, they'll try to sometimes kind of butter him up a little bit. You know, get him a cigarette, or I don't know if they maybe even bring food. Hey, I'm sorry, man, it's my fault. No, you know what? You're right. Blah blah blah. Kind of, but obviously we know the ending result. Apparently, he didn't confess.
had had a good number for you, I would have just called you in. But I don't have you don't have a phone. You said, right? Okay. So I apologize for that. I do appreciate you being cooperative with me. You've never given me a hard time. I know we've only met a few times, so thank you for that. Let's talk about why we're here to talk.
Tell me what you want to say.
Tell me what you know.
I don't know nothing.
Well, what was our conversation about the other day?
You said you had a couple questions you wanted to ask me. You asked me the questions.
Well, what was our conversation about the other day? Remember we met? I mean, you remember that was only what, a few days ago, right? We got a lot of worried people and scared people right now in the community. I know you're worried about the well-being of your daughter, and I kind of want to get ahead of this because I don't want you to be painted as a monster.
Well, that's what you guys are already doing.
I am?
No, we're not doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Can you explain that to me?
That's what you guys are already trying to do, man.
Explain to me how I'm trying to make you, or whoever is trying to make you out to be a monster. Who's telling you that stuff? Is there somebody that I work with that told you that? Somebody you're close with, that they told you that?
No.
All right. Well, you understand this whole thing is getting a little out of hand. Would you agree?
Of course. But
So that's why.
no, this it's just the way you guys are going about it.
And again,
Yeah,
I don't
not you specifically, but
Right.
yeah, nobody comes out there like that for a second-degree assault charge. Nobody. But arrested for worse charges, they don't come out and throw fucking flashbangs at my girlfriend's car and ram us into the fucking guardrail. They don't do that for a second-degree assault charge.
again, you understand what the charges are, right?
Second-degree assault, right?
Yep.
Okay.
There's also an endangering the welfare charge
Okay.
and interference with custody. Okay,
So how did I interfere with custody?
So that paperwork that we served you the other day, you remember that?
Okay.
When they were in the alleyway, you remember outside of on Lake Ave?
Yeah.
There's paperwork that you have to comply with. You understand that, right? We had that conversation, did we not? Right? So that's what that's all about.
So second-degree assault charge, what is this referring to?
Well, that's what we want to talk to you about.
Well, explain to me what if I'm being charged with it. What the hell am I being charged with it for?
Well, your daughter had some injuries
What?
that you know about when you lived on Guilford Street.
No, I do not. What are you referring to?
Well, you were there, I wasn't, right?
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to her having some good marks.
What are you referring to?
Marks that were left on her by you.
Absolutely not. I have nothing else to say.
Oh.
Like
No.
we talked about how we were worried about your daughter the other day, right?
Okay.
You remember that conversation?
I remember that conversation, but right off the rip, with the way you're approaching the conversation, you guys are completely out of line. So,
Me?
yeah.
Do I? In the time that you've known me, which
What
is
you just said to me, you guys are completely out of line.
okay, but so explain to me how are we out of line?
I have nothing to explain.
Okay, but wouldn't you rather explain it so we can make sense of it than just have other people's side of the story? Like, you want to defend yourself and like this picture people are painting of you. Now's your chance, man. Defend
Whose side of the story? Who's telling you these things?
people that were close to you.
Obviously not.
Well, maybe at the time, maybe not anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw that reward on the news, right?
No, I did not.
Do you know that the reward is about $40,000 to find where your daughter is right now?
Okay.
You don't even
When
care.
you start throwing money around like that, people come out of the woodwork that you would never expect to do.
Okay.
So, like I said,
So they're trying to like kind of get him scared. Kind of like people start coming out the woodwork. You don't know what somebody has said to you, said to us.
when I talked to you a few days ago,
Can I have another cigarette?
sure,
Damn, yo, he blazed with a
I
cigarette. It's
kind
been
of
10
told
minutes.
you this
Maybe it hasn't been. I don't know how long. How long does it take to smoke a cigarette? I guess maybe he has already.
thing was going to get a lot bigger.
That's not right.
And we wanted to get ahead
Reminds me of that cigarette meme with the movie star.
of it.
But you're sitting there telling me that right off the rip that there was something wrong with my daughter because of me. No, that's bullshit.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. So if your daughter had marks on her at some point when you lived over there, how would you explain those?
How would she get those marks?
Well, I would love to know when that marks were there because DCYF came to my house multiple times.
Okay. And we know that they came there.
Right. And closed the case.
Okay. Do we know that DCYF is the flagship agency in the country?
No, but if there was significant marks like you're referring to, I believe they would have flagged something at that point, and they would have said something. They wouldn't have came there and seen that the kids were well taken care of. All the kids loved being at the house with me.
So let me tell you about what second degree assault is. There's a lot that encompasses that charge. Basically, if there's a mark on a kid that's under a certain age, it constitutes second degree assault. Although it is a felony, which sounds extremely intimidating,
Way after the fact, they're coming about with that now.
it doesn't mean that somebody got their head bashed in or they got cut up or whatever. So, although it sounds pretty intimidating, the charge, I understand that. What we're talking about doesn't mean that it's the craziest crime that's ever been committed. Do you understand what I mean?
Okay.
So, somebody could have a bruise or a really bad welt on them, and that would constitute second degree assault for a kid under a specific age. So that's why that charge is there. So nobody is saying that you took like a baseball bat or like stabbed your kid. Like, I'm just going to put that out there. That is not what anybody's saying about you.
Mm-hmm.
So I know you're concerned with when I say second degree assault, but it sounds a lot worse than I think you're thinking it is. Are we kind of on the same page?
Yeah, but for you to sit there and say that it was inflicted because of me.
We're just going on what we hear. You're not telling us anything, so we're going with what we have.
But I don't even know what you're referring to. What are you referring to?
Your daughter had a mark on her face that multiple people, have told us was inflicted by you.
Multiple people that weren't even living with us at the time.
Well, there was enough people that had spoken about it.
Yeah.
People share knowledge of what they know.
So somebody, you telling him, and then he tells you, and then he tells you, so something that just gets passed down the line.
I'm not talking about like a game of telephone here. I'm saying that people say a story and then the details kind of fill themselves in, like corroborate. Do you know what the word corroborate means?
Of course I do.
Okay. You're a smart guy. I'm not trying to insult your intelligence, but when people kind of fill in the blanks, that's what I mean by like we're corroborating that.
14. I have to head out to pick up the baby. And I don't want to leave this playing because then if it starts another video, then it's copyright. I'm going to have to pause it here. I'm sorry. That's why I almost didn't want to start this, but it's interesting. So I'll be back. I'm sorry. Today was kind of a curveball with jury duty. And I really appreciate you guys coming through, though, because I know there was other streams going. And so you didn't have to come back here. There's news channels, YouTubers. So I appreciate you coming on when I got on late. Let me just put it on some words on the screen. And words on the screen. Verdict watch. We'll continue when we get back. Verdict watch. Mr. Crip, I don't know how to turn off autoplay, believe it or not. With all the stuff that I know, right? I was trying to find that because I feel like I've noticed sometimes it just does it. It's supposed to be here in the theater mode, mini mode, play on TV. I don't even know if it's autoplay. Wait, but that's a screenshot. Auto plays off. Oh! All right, so you want me, so you want me to just leave it playing? I can leave it playing while I go. Unless you want me to react to it. I'll learn something new. I thought that slider button was for the screenshot. It's up to you guys. You want me to leave it playing, or you want me to just come back and react with you, watch it with you guys? Up to you guys. Play it. Let it play. Play it. Okay, so I'm gonna let it play. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna listen to it on the car, so at least I know what's going on. When I come back, I can talk with you guys about it. Fix your caption. Did I turn on caption for the stream, or did it? Oh Lord. Oh, captions is on. Captions is on for the stream. Okay, so we're at 14 minutes. Let me see what happens. 32. Okay. Perfect. That's what I want. It just doesn't start. With my luck, the jury will be back. The jury will be back while I'm gone.
But
all right,
this is your time to tell me, kind of explain that. You know, if you're saying this was a mistake or this was an
I don't even know what you're referring to. Like, that's what I'm trying to get at. Is I don't even know what you're referring to.
I'm saying she had a mark on her face. I mean,
I don't even know what you're referring to.
You don't recall your daughter ever having a mark on her face?
The reason DCYF came out to visit you guys, you don't recall that? Why did DCYF come out and start visiting you guys? What was the allegation?
If I remember correctly, it was because of, I believe at the time, I could be wrong, I believe it had something to do with my uncle saying I was using drugs, and I wasn't.
Now, who's your uncle, so we are clear?
Kevin.
Okay. And Kevin's last name?
Montgomery.
Now, he lived there with you?
He lived there with me right around the time when I was first going back to get custody from my daughter.
Okay.
And then he left in April, May, March, something around that time.
And just so I have it right, because I don't want to guess or like get confused, what house are we talking about?
Guilford Street.
All right, and what was the number there again?
I'm not 100%.
Okay. Do you remember what color the house was at least?
Beige, maybe.
Okay. And whose house was that originally?
My grandmother's.
All right. And grandma is who?
Kevin's mother.
Kevin's mother.
My dad's mother.
Okay. So was it the Montgomery group living over on Guilford Street?
Yeah, and they all moved out. My grandmother moved out in like January with my little brother, and they all moved down to Florida, and then Kevin went a couple months later.
And so grandma, uncle Kevin, you said little brother, and who's he?
My father's son, Michael.
So Michael, that's what I meant. Like, what's his first name?
Yeah, and his girlfriend.
And his girlfriend. And is he still with that same girl now?
I have no idea.
Oh, so you don't talk to Michael anymore?
No.
Okay. What was that girl's name at the time? Because maybe she could help us to say that, like, this is...
Kayla, I believe.
So Michael's girlfriend's name was Kayla at the time? And you dated a Kayla at the time?
Yeah.
So it kind of got confusing in the house if somebody was yelling for Kayla?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what was Kayla? Kayla you were with at the time was...
My wife.
Okay, Montgomery. And then Kayla he was with is...
I have no
idea who she was. Okay, so there was Grandma and Kevin, they moved out in when?
Grandma moved out in like...
I'm just trying to think of people we can talk to.
I'm trying to figure it out.
I'm
trying to figure it out to go back. Like, I think we moved over. Thank you. I think we moved over there. I think we moved over there in like, I don't know, October, September, somewhere around then.
And what year is that?
2018.
Okay.
And at the time, I was going for custody for my daughter for at least a year already at that point. And Crystal was showing no interest of going to get our daughter back. So finally, in like, I don't know, December, January, February, something along them lines, courts called me and told me I could come pick her up and bring her home. Brought her home. And then, I don't know, it was, I think the month before, my grandmother left with my brother and his girlfriend. And then the month after, I want to say, Kevin left.
So then who was left living at the house?
Me, Kayla, and the kids.
In that time period, I don't know which kids were born yet and who was.
It was Declan and Seamus.
Okay, and
then Harmony moved in with us.
okay. So what time did DCYF get involved with you guys? Like, were they over there often, or was it just like a certain period of time? Or
They were there every single day. The police showed up every single day, saying they
why
just
were they
because that's what it was. That's what it was due. That's what it was due to. So Kevin moved out because between me and my wife and Kevin, we were supposed to like pay the bills, keep the heat on, the gas on, whatever. Well, Kevin was supposed to pay the electric bill. He didn't pay the electric bill. Me and my wife, I picked my wife from work and showed up at home. They were shutting the electricity off. So me and Kevin got into an argument about not paying the bill.
Yeah.
And he took his shit and moved out. And then so the next day, DCY, or 2 days later, something like that, I don't know, DCYF showed up and the police showed up because they said that we were unfit to have the children at the house because there was no electricity in the house.
Okay.
But we had a generator running, we had the fridge hooked up to it, there was food in the fridge, everything was fine. The police showed up, seen that the kids was fine, there was nothing wrong with them. The DCYF showed up and they left.
And was that like summer, fall? Like, when was that?
I want to say maybe spring, going into summer, maybe.
Oh, okay. So like, you guys hadn't been there for too long then.
6 months or so.
Okay. And how did it end up that you guys got kicked out of there?
All right, so it was my grandmother's house.
Right.
They didn't pay the mortgage or whatever. They moved to Florida, so the mortgage payments weren't being paid. And I don't know, right around Thanksgiving sometimes, the sheriffs came and threw us out.
And
then me, Harmony, and Declan, Seamus, and Kayla left.
and where the heck did you guys go from there?
We were in our car
Oh, so you lived in your car at that time.
for a couple of days.
Okay.
And then
Did you have like a van or something like that back then? At least what were you driving back then?
a Chrysler of some kind, I forget.
Oh, so it was just like a
A
sedan.
car sedan, yeah.
Okay, so you live in the car. So you, Kayla, and the 3 kids were living in the car for a few days, and then how'd you get up out of that situation? Like who took you in, or where'd you guys end up?
We ended up going to our mom's house, Kayla's mom's house.
Okay, and what's her name?
Chris.
Chris. How's she? Well, I mean, she must be okay. Is she willing to take you guys in?
Yeah. All right. They're like, all right. I. You know what, man? Like, I don't even want to talk anymore. Like, this is just beating around the bush, man. It just seems a little too silly to me.
Well, I'm trying to figure out who can substantiate your claims that there's like you're not this like monster of a person that either DCYF made you out to be, or your family who you didn't get along with, or whoever. So that's why I'm trying to like let you kind of speak your piece about all that shit. You know what I mean?
No, I get what you're saying. I just got nothing else to say, man. And like. No, yeah, and like I just don't want to sit there and like can I smoke another butt?
Sure. I'll be honest, I don't smoke cigarettes. I'm a little lightheaded myself.
I just know I had some thoughts for a minute.
That's all good.
But yeah, no.
Yeah.
But to sit there, man, and sit there and tell me you yourself too, like, this is why I feel like it's just all bullshit. This is just a game. I know it is. I'm not stupid. You fucking.
I'm just trying to give you the opportunity to explain yourself.
You're sitting here telling me not to make me out to look like some monster.
Well,
but
no,
you told my girlfriend the other day that she should get the fuck away from me. That you don't even know who I am and what my past is like and all types of crazy shit. Like, but sit there and look me in my face.
Adam, I think you're talking about Kelsey.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Kelsey might be exaggerating a little bit.
Right.
I don't know her to exaggerate like that.
It wasn't us talking to Kelsey either.
Oh,
There was other people talking to her, just so you know.
She told me, she gave me your card and said this was the guy that said it.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you that I didn't say that. But if you want to believe it, that's fine.
I mean, she never had no reason to lie to me. So I don't know what she would lie about at that point.
She also told me she had no idea that you had a daughter, so I guess we could say the same thing about you telling her that.
Right, well,
Right?
she knew I had a daughter. I mean, I have one with Kayla, so she knew I had a daughter.
She didn't know about Harmony.
She knew I had other kids.
She told me she had no idea that you ever lived with her and that you barely knew her. I don't know if she was lying to me or whatever. I have no idea. I don't know her. I know you better than her, so that's what I'm saying. So Christina takes you guys in, and she's doing all right, and then would you guys move over to Union Street after that? Is that when you guys get that spot?
Nope, we go to the shelter.
And that's the one on...
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's we? Who went to the shelter? They allowed you to go as a family to the shelter?
See, I thought they didn't let guys there for some reason.
They always let guys there. They didn't let me in there this time for no reason. Their reason was bullshit, because I would have been there with Kayla again.
So back then they let you in there.
Yeah.
And it was all of you guys, it was the five of you, they let you guys stay there?
No. Alright, so yeah, you guys are just...
I'm trying to understand. I don't know your timeline of life, man. You're there, I'm not. That's why I'm trying to ask you these questions, to clarify them.
I already told you the other day what transpired. So we didn't even go to her mother's house.
Okay, who didn't go to her mother's house?
Harmony was on...
Okay, so Harmony didn't go to Chris's house. So explain to me how she didn't end up going to Chris's house.
I've already explained this to you.
Okay.
Well, there's some discrepancies between what you're telling us and what other people are telling us. You're saying you brought her down to Mass, that somebody said she came up from Mass.
I never once said I brought her down to Mass.
What did you say? She came up here to get her?
I never once said... I was audio and video recorded the other day. I never once said I went down to Mass.
So you're saying that she came up from Mass?
I'm not saying anything else.
Why is it that you refuse to talk about her every time we bring her up?
Because you guys are just sitting here beating a bush. It's over and over. You guys asked me what happened the other day. I told you what happened.
You wouldn't tell us the other day.
You guys talked to me the other day. I explained to him what happened the other day. And now... It was just a charade. Yep, no, don't worry about it. You're not under arrest, and I'll come up with some fucking bullshit.
We didn't arrest you.
No, the other day, no. But then you had a fucking SWAT team roll up on me, and the fucking D-Techs follow me around for the last 3 days.
Yeah, the people are coming out of the woodwork. That's what we're trying to tell you. We don't want you to be painted as a monster. We want you to maybe explain yourself a little bit and give us some side of your story. We have nothing. We have just what we're hearing from people. $40,000 can drag a lot of people out, whether you believe you're your friends or not.
No, I bet
it's a lot of money.
Yeah, I know it is. Absolutely it is.
That's what we're trying to get. Now's your time. You keep locking up on us. You don't want to tell us anything about her.
No, I got nothing else to say.
I think you care
about all my kids.
Right. But the one I care the most about is your daughter, Harmony. And we have people around the clock calling into us, giving us tips from all over the country because they care too to try to find where she is. My only goal, which I told you the other day, is to make sure that she's safe. I don't want you to get tied into something if you didn't do anything wrong. My job is not to jam somebody up for something that they didn't do wrong. And if you can tell me that you didn't do anything wrong, then I want to believe you because, dude, I've met you now a few times. I helped you out when you were at the hospital when you were having a fucking meltdown. You told me about your kids. I sat there and I talked to you. Dude, I could have fucking tased you right there, and I didn't do that because I saw deep down inside that you were hurting and that I wanted to help you. Right now, all I'm trying to do is help your daughter. I want to bring her home, and I can't do that without your help. Dude, I can't do that without your help. Help, hey, can you look at me? Help me, please. That's all I'm asking for. I can't sleep until I know that she's okay. And I know that you know where she is or what happened to her, but I can't do it without your help. And if you don't want to look like this fucking animal, because I don't think you are. Not that I don't think you are, I know you aren't. But I can only do so much for you, man.
I know.
I'm begging you to help me. Because as much as you're hurting inside, I'm also hurting inside. And I don't know how you can sleep at night because I'm sure it's eating the shit out of you. Am I wrong?
No, it's eating me apart. I know I'm not fucking seeing my wife. I'm not seeing my kids. You guys are just playing games. Like, this is just...
Dude, but I'm not trying...
We're not trying to play games
Good.
Like...
telling my wife and kids that I'm not allowed to see my wife and kids. Like...
But dude, that was a mistake from some court paperwork that hadn't been updated. So like I said, I apologize for that.
But it was updated. DCYF told them...
No. This was some like DV paperwork I'm talking about.
But I'm talking about DCYF already told us multiple times that there was no contact order.
Maybe through DCYF, but
It could have been through DCYF.
Yeah.
So let's fucking forget about it.
Right,
you've seen your kid, you've seen your wife and kids over the last how many days, right?
I haven't seen them in the last I haven't seen my kids in the last 2 days, 3 days.
Okay. You're always going to be their father? Declan, Seamus, and then Sierra, right? Kiera. And then there's Harmony.
I got nothing else to say. That's it. That's it, guys. I got nothing else to say.
Can you make me a promise? Like, man to man? Can you tell me that she's alive?
You're gonna play the same word games that you played with me the other day.
It's not word games.
I got nothing else
Because we
to
care,
say.
man. We want to know.
This isn't gonna go anywhere. Like, this isn't gonna stop. So
No, I know it's not.
So either get on the bus now or get run over.
I got nothing else to say.
Why is it you have so much trouble talking about Harmony?
Guys, I got nothing else to say. I want a lawyer with me.
I'm gonna leave this copy of this ex parte or it's a petition from DCYF. You can read it later sometime. I'll put it in your property. It's basically the same thing you got the other day. It's just a little more detailed that we handed you. It does say that you're ordered to help us locate Harmony, but you're telling us you're not going to do that.
I'm just telling you guys I want a lawyer.
It is 9:25.
So y'all left me, huh? I see how it is. Y'all left me. Y'all left me. So it looks like the 1 hour people are going to lose. How's the mic, by the way? Where's the audio people? Do I need to keep making some adjustments? I was listening a little bit on my phone. Sounds good. I feel like there could just still be a little bit, just a tiny bit of tweak, just a tiny little bit of tweaking. Come about an hour. The thing is, I think when those jurors go back there, this has been 3 weeks. I remember when I did jury duty, you kind of build the relationship with these people. You kind of have this, I mean, you're not supposed to talk it to each other until deliberations, but you're going through it together. You're going through the motions. You're going through the ups and downs and waking up early every day and tired, exhausted. And finally, at the end, you can have conversations. You've been wanting to talk all this time, so you finally get to talk. For weeks on end, you've been quiet sitting next to each other, and you finally get to have a conversation and say what you think. And sometimes I just want to chill and talk. I think an hour might be too quick. Even 2 hours. Maybe about 3. I feel like 3 was my first gut kick instinct was 2. I was like, I don't know, it's 3. But we gotta stick with what we said. You gotta write out. I just learned that no matter how cut and dry the case seems, you'd be surprised how long people could take. When I did that jury duty, my hair is like, I feel like it's time for a haircut, right? I was looking all nice and clean, and now it's just all whatever it is, dry. So, I saw somebody on Twitter say that they're only going to 4 o'clock. This judge is very lax. You know, like, oh, you know what? Take the day off today. You're like, what? No, just take the whole day off. Oh my gosh, thank you, Judge. Very kind of nothing wrong with that, I guess, but very kind of a lax, Xanax, Ativan type of judge, like just very, yeah, well. Now, the other one before that, Jennifer Crownley, was very, very like, anything rides. The lawyers run her. She doesn't run the courtroom. Do you know what case you were called for? Today? No, I don't. I have no idea. Because I didn't even get to step into a courtroom. I literally just sat in the waiting room today for 2 hours. I wish I could show my little certificate thing, but it has people know my name, but it has my name, badge number. I don't know what's linked to that badge, so I don't want to put it on there. But I got my little printed out certificate with my name so that I did my service. And I felt good. And imagine if I would have tried to skeeze out of this and they would have called me a week later or 2 weeks later or something else. I have gangster conditioner. I've had gangster conditioner for years. I've always had more woman friends. That's why I know about the OxyClean, the Shout Sheets, the whatever products. I used to use a product called Malibu, and it was nice. It's all right. But it's supposed to be like high, whatever, but it is all right. Okay. My doctor emailed me. Gotta write him back. I don't want to say nothing. I got a little dandruff right now. Do you get paid for doing it, Karen? Let me see if I can find that paper for you. Let me tell you. I think they took the paper because this thing had like a couple of pieces to it. Bro, they pay you maybe like $8 or $13 a day or something like that. Doesn't even cover the lunch. Mel, you have no plants behind you. Well, I actually do, but I'm working on cleaning up the background. I just feel like there's too much. And I think in this case, sometimes less is more. So I want a little bit less. I want to go back to the basics. I want to go back to where I had one table back there, no couch, just a wall. I mean, not that basic, but I've actually relocated the plants. They're actually more around me. So there's some plants right here to the side. Just about to take a picture to show you. I just want to clean up things a little bit. I think it's a little too much. But I said I was gonna put them around the house. I need to open these windows more, but I actually like all the natural light coming in here. Okay. A little relocating. So I bought this marble desk last night that seemed really nice at Walmart. But when I assembled it, it was wobbling. And I'm pretty sure I did a good job assembling. I don't think it was me. Anyway, it wobbles. But I bought that little desk just so I can put the mic arm on a separate desk, because when the mic arm is on this desk, anytime I touch it, even just a little tap, it picks up on the sound. So to reduce a little bit of the feedback, I put a little small table next to my desk and attach the boom mic to that. And then I put the little plants on the table. And I've been kind of spreading them around. There's even a plant behind the MacBook. So I'm kind of like spreading it around a little bit. But I want to kind of clear up the back a little bit. The lights are gone too. The lights around I can turn them on at any time though. The Christmas lights are gone. But I do have other couch lights that I haven't. See, are they on? Oh, there you go. They're on. Couch lights. Turn those on or off. A little bit simpler, less clutter, more breathability. Oh, is it Harry Potter? I love this little desk. I like that it's very mobile. I can swing it around. I bought a little monitor to go with it. I can swing it around. This MacBook is actually discontinued. I want to get a new one, but I'm going to wait till next year, I think. But, and I want to change out the microphone for the MacBook. It's not a good microphone. No verdict yet. Oh, I should put the timer up here. Hold on, let me get it. Sorry. There we go. Ricky and Fred, I think they're sitting in the hallway. I think they're playing with Maddie. I took Ricky off earlier because I wanted to eat, and he did not want me eating. So I had to get him off the desk. It's hard to navigate this desk with Ricky sometimes because he takes up a lot of space and I need to type. And, yeah. I do like the plants too. They're fun. I think I was supposed to water them last night. I don't know if I did or not. I need to water them. Yeah, that little desk I got at Amazon, and I had to build it. It's convenient just to move around. Ricky, well, he's going to the doctor Saturday. Yeah, he's been having problems. I was told he vomited today too. So he's overdue to go to the doctor, get a check. And I'm going to go to make sure to press the doctor. I want to make sure, because I'm going to go in there and say some shit. Oh, no, it's fine. No, it's not. I might even come up with a list of shit to walk in there with. Because sometimes the doctors, they want to kind of just push you and get the hell out. Think about when you go to the doctor nowadays. I feel like doctors aren't the same anymore. They're just no good. I mean, I know that's kind of messed up to say. I don't know. They're probably overworked. And there's a lot of people they're seeing. I feel like back in the day it was more personal. Now it's just like, get out of here. Just get you in and get you out. Just kind of rush you in, rush you out. Don't really hear your issues. Don't really take you serious. Get out of here. So I'm probably gonna go. Make sure. Yo, Hoax, I really, truly believe that he is older. I was told, he didn't. Fred had a really good breeder. Ricky didn't have a good breeder, I heard. And with those Frenchies, breeding is really important. The way you breed them and what you mix them with, and like they already have problems. And so I heard that he was 7 months at first, when they first got him. But when I see him, I see an old dog. And with all the issues he's having, I see like an elderly dog. And not only just see it, but I feel it. I feel it. He's like to me, and I see it in his face too. Sometimes I think I even see. I know he has white hair, fur, but I feel like I see old hairs on his face. There's just something about the whole vibe I get from him is like an older dog. Yeah, they don't, right? It's so different now. It's like bad. I remember one time I went to. I'm almost even like. I'm not anti-doctor, but like it's so hard to find a good doctor. I remember one time years ago I went and I got blood work done, and the doctor, he like looked over. He's like, "Oh, you're good to go." I'm like, "Okay, all right, thanks." He went over it with me, but it was like really quick, and he gave me the paper. Which a lot of times these people don't even give you the paper, but they give you a hard time to get the paper. And I walk out and I start looking over it, and I see that there was estrogen was really high, out of parameter. And so I walked back in there, and he was like, "What? Oh, I guess I didn't see it." And I'm thinking, like, I thought it wasn't just a doctor. I thought there was multiple people looking over this. How could a doctor look at this and not even see it? I would have just walked out and thought it was right. I ended up going to a specialist. Eventually, it just went away. But maybe he's an old soul. I have a cat like that. When you look into his eyes, it's different than my other cats. Jasmine says my Frenchie is 7 with lots of health issues. You got to look out for yourself. You got to start reading the reports and stuff if you're not already. The blood results or whatever, lab results. You got to read it for yourself and Google search it and read up on it. They don't take probiotics or digestive enzymes now. I have to wait in the waiting room for an hour and a half for my doctor's checkup, then get called in the examination room, then wait another hour. And when the doctor comes in, it's no more than 10 minutes. That sounds about right. Oh, well, let me see. I want to check on this reporter, and then I'm going to see what else is going on. But I want to check on this reporter for the trial that's been covering it. Hmm. Oh, the affidavit? I haven't looked at it yet. I'll check it out. BL did send me an article too. With the, I don't know if it's the arrest warrant or affidavit. Oh, yeah, here it is. Let me check a look at what you sent me. I didn't get picked, Stacy. They sent all of us home. About 2 hours after waiting, we all got sent home. So I got lucky. Okay, check the email. I actually don't see your email. All right, all right. So let me see. What else we got going on? Ruby Frank, yeah. Side edition. Toddlers rescued from fire in Brooklyn apartment building.
NYPD officers helped evacuate children and families from a building on fire. Authorities say the officers were on patrol in the area when they smelled smoke. They called for the fire department, but immediately started to help residents of the 22-story building get outside to safety. Some residents needed more help.
Walk towards me. Come on. Come on. Walk towards me, turn right. Let's go, take your time.
When the stairs were too difficult, that resident was carried by an officer and another resident. Then there were the tiny humans, some of whom were barely toddlers.
I got you. You okay? You just cold? All right, come on, stay warm.
The New York Fire Department said one person was sent to the hospital with serious injuries. 11 other people sustained non-life-threatening injuries. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm TC Newman.
Mamma mia. Endangered cat species leaps into the wild.
This small leap is a huge jump for an entire species. 5 Iberian lynx were released into the wilds of southern Spain. They are living proof that conservation programs can work. Because of poaching and the loss of much of their natural habitat, the Iberian lynx was on the brink of extinction in the early 2000s. In 2002, Portugal had lost its entire population, and Spain only had 94. Around that time, breeding programs started, aimed at making sure the feline with the distinctive tufted ears survived for more generations. And it started to work. The International Union for Conservation of Nature downgraded the Iberian lynx's threat level to endangered from critically endangered in 2015. These 5 lynx are a result of one of those breeding programs. By releasing them to live freely in the mountains of Granada, Spain, animal experts hope they will reproduce and
That's nice. Hopefully they survive. They'll get wiped out. unruly neighbor tosses items out of his apartment window.
They say good fences make good neighbors, but when you live in an apartment complex, that's not an option. And when a neighbor started tossing stuff from his apartment window while yelling obscenities, it was so upsetting that one family sent their 3 kids to stay with their grandparents. Here's Jim Murray.
It's a neighbor from hell. The rampaging man is hurling huge items out of his apartment window for no apparent reason.
This is insane.
The woman who lives across the way can't believe what she's witnessing. That's a large, heavy panel that he sends crashing down below. Residents say the first tirade took place at midnight, with the guy catapulting his chair out the window while blasting loud music and shouting obscenities. They say it continued all night, long into the morning.
Cops can't do nothing?
Like, really?
Crash! There he goes, shattering his back window. By daylight, just look at all of his stuff littering the ground.
He threw a bicycle wheel and it hit our window.
That's quite a ways to throw things.
Exactly.
Mom Shannon Arnold says the deranged neighbor also launched a candle that broke through her kid's window, leaving shattered glass all over their beds.
Oh, that's my kid's bedroom.
There's the candle flying into the window.
And you've got 3 kids that sleep in here.
Yes.
They must have been terrified.
Yes, they were.
Yo, so wait, he threw
their beds.
Oh, that's my kid's bedroom.
Mom Shannon Arnold says the deranged neighbor also launched a candle that broke through her.
Santa Muerte. Look at that.
Mom Shannon Arnold says the deranged neighbor
Boom.
also
The religion of love and peace.
Launched a candle that broke through her kid's window, leaving shattered glass.
Wait, did literally say
Deranged
Santa
neighbor
Muerte?
also launched a
Look, muertos. Dia de los Muertos.
Candle that
Day of the Dead.
Broke through her kid's window, leaving shattered glass all over their beds.
Oh, that's my kid's bedroom.
There's the candle flying into the window.
And you've got 3 kids that sleep in here.
Yes.
They must have been terrified.
Yes, they were.
Today, the kids are staying at Grandma's house for their own safety, and the broken windows are patched up with plastic as rain pours down in Los Angeles. The unruly neighbor who lives on the 3rd floor of this building apparently targeted multiple apartments. Today, you can see smashed windows across the alley from his unit. Scared residents say they called police 6 different times before the outburst ended. They say they're terrified about what he may do next.
We want to see him removed from that apartment.
And what's really frustrating to the neighbors is the fact that the man wasn't arrested. A vandalism report was completed. Now detectives are investigating.
Sounds like California.
Tonight at 11 o'clock.
Hold up. You know we gotta look up the source. The horse's mouth. Come on. I don't want to hear music. I hate that TikTok does that. Just start playing videos. Teddy Cake Z9. Oh, we're gonna look it up. Teddy Cake. Oh, Teddy. Oh yes, Teddy. Let's get the dirt. Damn, bro.
Really?
Yo, the mattress too?
This is insane. What the fuck are you doing?
Bro. And he didn't even get arrested? Wow. So they could just do whatever out there, huh?
Seriously? Like, really?
Get out your room, folks.
Whoa. Yo, I don't know how. I would get a stink bomb in there, see if I could get somehow launch a stink bomb in there. See if that would trip him out or aggravate him more. You'd have to get something to You'd have to attach it to something to get it to fly that far. Like get a little stink bomb, like rub it together and like chuck that shit in there with something attached to it.
Kobe, get out, y'all.
Or slide it under his door. You could just slide it. I take like 5 or 6 packets of them shits, rub them together real quick, and slide them under his door if they don't have, if he has a gap. Wow, look at all that broken stuff. Wow.
Here he's going again. He's going again, you guys. What the heck? But they can't arrest him? This is insane.
Babe.
I know.
Probably, man. Yeah.
Don't use it.
They got a gun or something?
Like, what the fuck, bro?
Ooh.
Don't trip. I'm about to be over at your fucking door in like 30 minutes.
Is Lori on right now, Lori Vallow? Or she got another life without parole, acting like she's in a pageant. Wow. Whoa, Grandma said, I'm gonna take care of his ass. Wait, nah, because you cops ain't doing shit. And then they probably arrest her for doing something when they didn't do nothing. She said, I'm gonna take care of him. He's not gonna be around here anymore. Oh, snap, Grandma. Grandma.
It's not a threat, it's a promise.
Oh, she said it's not a threat, it's a promise.
So I don't give a shit what you do with him. You know? You got no, because but they call you guys. He was trying to kill his mother and father. He was trying to kill the wrong ass people. I don't know when. But can somebody get Leah here? I don't understand when he threatened his family, but yeah, he got the wrong ass family. No, he's not. He shouldn't be on the lease if his mother and father was here. And they.
I don't understand what's up with these cops.
You know, sometimes you help your children. Come on, guys. He's talking to all of us because their window is broken up now. Boy, he keeps on. What was he doing now?
Candle. The
fight from.
I'd call for his supervisor.
From over his side into their place.
As a black man, my kid is not coming back until he gone. Like that's just my thing. I feel if it was any other situation, like you guys always.
And then what if the guy? Then it's only when the guy goes and shoots up a place and there's a mass shooting. Then it's like, oh, well, we didn't know. Oh yeah, we weren't sure.
Have you guys gone to the management?
Yeah, I ain't tripping even talking to you. I already talked to my management. Like, it's nothing we can do because nobody's going to do anything.
Because at the end of the day, you guys are all paying rent here.
Yeah, that's
You know what
true.
I mean?
Yeah.
You guys could all
The
get
cop, just take it up with your manager, bro. Like, yeah, he's attacking people. He's throwing things out of the window. I mean, he's endangering the community, a public disturbance, throwing furniture out of his window onto the floor. Like, even that in itself, just tossing shit out of a window like that, isn't that some type of crime? Or like throwing shit into somebody else's house? Or just even like the public disturbance or whatever. They can find something to get him on.
Get together and not pay rent until you guys get this bad.
You know what this thing is? This thing is, these buildings is to make money. New management over and over. They don't give a shit because it's the neighborhood. That's why we have the white, the Chinese, and everybody else moving in. Yeah, we'll share. You're supposed to share.
But
we can't have no crackpot like that.
And that's this building.
He can go
not
kick in
this one.
somebody's. No, he know better than coming over here.
Yeah.
He cannot
That's
come
what I'm
over
saying.
here.
On your guys' end, you guys should all get together, talk to all the neighbors, and like, hey, we're not going to pay rent until you guys do something about this.
No, but if he come over here.
And then he's the same one, once they get that warrant or whatever, he's the same one to evict their ass, right? Y'all should get together and don't pay.
Yeah.
The lady, she's like, oh, we don't even have info on her. So
Yeah, 'cause
the eviction process hasn't even started.
Yeah, it haven't started because I know his.
But as of right now, we're.
But he's not on the lease. She needs to check the lease.
I don't know nobody's business, like, you know what I mean? But I do know the gist of, like, because we used to always see his parents, right? So walk my dog in the morning. I know for a fact, like, he's doing his parents, and his sister has to come and get his parents, and they're gone. They haven't been here since last year.
Like, and that's a fact. Like, that's
Chinese.
because he did this before, but he didn't break out the windows. He was just yelling out the windows and throwing shit in the house last time. So they got up and they have not been back. Like, since
Well, I'm gonna
then.
tell you one thing.
So,
I have brothers and sisters. And
like,
I'm
I
gonna
understand
tell
the
you
law.
now,
Oh shit.
He's going again.
You feel like hurting yourself? He said no. Do you feel
because
like
he
hurting
coming
anyone
down.
else?
He might be coming down.
No.
He coming on off that juice. He drank that milk.
And as of that moment,
Mhm.
that moment in time, he did not meet our 5150 criteria, so we
Mhm.
cannot take him.
Didn't take him.
Yeah, but you can't.
But right
ask-
now, we're calling our mental evaluation unit.
Mhm.
Okay, we're gonna see.
Wow, they got a mental evaluation unit. Wow, I didn't know they had that for the social workers.
This guy has a history with them.
Yeah.
See if they
See
have
something-
more.
Because right now,
Because if he has been on a hold before,
like, yeah,
I don't have that information.
you don't have it.
That's a whole
But can't
different
you
unit.
ask him for his ID or driver's license and then try to punch out? Because your computer is very sophisticated.
He didn't have anything on him at the time. He gave us his name and date of birth.
Yeah, he can tell
That's
you.
good
He can
enough
tell
for
you
us.
anything. He give you another name, maybe his parents or whatever.
No, it's him. We looked him up. It's him. He has no.
Something
warrant.
not right about that man, though.
I know, but
I feel like he's gonna do it again tonight.
Yeah.
you guys need to go to your management and
Mm-hmm.
like I'm saying, like, hey, we're not gonna pay rent until you guys get this situated.
If
You
he
guys
come,
are
if
okay.
he come over here, he's it. I'm telling you.
If
You
there's
guys
an
gonna come
emergency-
get him.
If there's an emergency, you guys definitely call.
So when are they coming to get his ass out of here?
Right now, my partner's on the phone with him.
Yeah, but man, I got things to do. Look, I deal with crazy ass people at Cedars and County General every day. They look right at you and tell you, "I bet you can't sleep," and you look right at them, and tell them, "Let's see who go to sleep first." And you bring them their medication, they ain't gonna take it because they figure more or less you try to fuck them up. I say, "It's me or you, my man." This one little boy put the lady from El Salvador on fire on the couch and tell me he gonna do me like that. I said, baby, you got the wrong person.
Ooh.
I said, but let's see. And his mother came and got him. He ain't crazy no more. I'm not playing.
Yeah, they did bring Mama around.
I'm cool. I'm
Set his ass straight.
straight.
I mean, I just can't
But don't
take him
play
for the
games
night.
with me.
I
Huh?
just go for the night because it seems like every time I go back in my room, that's when he coming out. Fuck, like that's
He
when
doing it
starting
to
again.
aggravate you.
So when y'all left and we was in there cleaning up the glass, like we was cleaning
Yeah,
up the
but he
glass, he
don't
was peeking
care.
to see what was in there. Then he started again. So we finished, just got out.
Here he's
You need
going
to hug or
again. He's going again, you guys. This is
silence.
insane.
I understand when he threatened his family, but yeah, he got the wrong ass family. No, he's not. He shouldn't be on the lease if his mother and father was here, and they.
I ain't playing.
This motherfucker threw a fucking tripod in after cleaning and everything. This nigga threw that shit back through the window. Like, really?
I'm gonna follow Teddy
This
K.
motherfucker threw a fucking
So it's internet. Wait, she said international.
Tripod
Oh,
and-
intentional. I thought it said international.
So my windows are still not fixed.
Management coming to put plastic on the windows tomorrow, but it's going to rainstorm this weekend.
The neighbor's windows are still not fixed. He's still over there. The windows are still broke. And my kids' windows are still broke. And it's supposed to be raining this weekend. So what are they going to do? So my windows are still not fixed. The neighbor's windows are still not fixed. He's still over there.
That's wild, man. That was 4 days ago. Let's see what happened to Teddy.
So I have an update for you guys. The maintenance guy came about 2 hours ago to put the black plastic bags on the windows.
Plastic bags. Oh,
so
I don't know why in my head I picture like a plastic hard, like a hard plastic type of thing. I didn't. Damn, it's messed up. What's that, garbage bag?
This is what they did. And as you can see, they did his windows also. So when the maintenance guy came in to do the windows, He told me that they're gonna actually be able to put up the windows Tuesday. Unfortunately, because Monday is a holiday, and he told me that the lawyers were able to remove the guy from the apartment.
Oh.
And it's so crazy that he was removed last night after ABC7 came and interviewed. And that's just so crazy to me. It literally took me to have to hit up the news and let them know that we need this man to be removed from this apartment. After they interviewed, I would say they came very quietly to come get him because I know the spokeslady, she called me and told me that they're there to pick him up. Went outside. I didn't see them, but when I came back upstairs, his lights were off. So in my mind, they did take him. And so confirming that the maintenance guy telling me that they did remove him is good to know. And I'm glad that we're all doing good and we're safe. I was really cold as hell last night, but I'm thankful and shout out to the maintenance guy. He worked hard, cleaned up that mess and coming to put these bags on the windows and, just updating me. Thank you. And also, thank you guys for supporting us. And I just want to say I appreciate you guys a lot. And I'll just continue updating. And yeah, we're pushing for this really hard. Like, my next move is to move. So, if there's any donations or to help, because we want to move and get out of this neighborhood right away. So, I do have my Cash App in the bio. Thank you guys once again, and I will continue to update. So I got some tea, and
we're back again.
I found out the backstory of this guy. So my neighbor hit me up on Instagram, the one that lives in the building that he lives in, and she tells me pretty much all the drama because she's been here for 21 years. She said that
Wow. See, I've been here 21 years, so it's been crazy. It's been more than that. LOL, it's crazy. The family of that a-hole, too, around the same years I've been here, but the mom and stepdad just moved out recently. My youngest brother went to high school with his sisters. He has a friend that knows this asshole. A few years back, we stopped seeing him to find out he had been in jail. That's when he ended up coming back, and just recently the mom and stepdad moved out.
She said that when she moved in, they moved in around the same time, and that her youngest brother went to school with his sister. And so they were friends and they had friends and everything. And one time they just stopped seeing him. And then they found out a few years back that he was in jail. So when he came back around, he said just recently the mom and the stepdad moved out. The sister came and got him and they moved out. And so he's been living here by himself. My neighbor told me that the mom, the sister, and the stepdad all moved out after being in that apartment for 20 years, all because of him. And then one of the workers here had the nerve to bring that man some lunch and some dinner after all of this that happened. So after telling me that, my neighbor told me that the same worker that brought him some food found crack pipes and coke in the apartment, and all they did was came and swept it up and, kept it on the hush hush and not tell nobody. And, we're thinking maybe it's mental health, maybe it's drugs, but it's actually drugs. And this is not safe for our community. Now, my neighbor told me that day she was outside with the cops, and the cops told her that management don't like to deal with the paperwork of evicting somebody, and I also heard that it's a lot, to remove somebody from their place. So she was telling me how the cops also said that the manager said that she didn't even know the guy, and my neighbor said she knew that was a lie right away because weeks back she told her that she's in contact with the sister. So it's seeming like they know this family pretty well, and especially if they've been here for 20 years, and you guys know what this man is capable of. This is not the first time he's been disruptive. The neighbors, next to him said they got called on like 3 times. He got called on 3 times for the cops, and they didn't do anything. So, So at this point, I'm exposing you guys Wynn's companies. Baldwin Hills, one of the buildings they own. Yeah, my kids are terrified. They don't even want to come back home. So at this point, I'm very upset as a mom. Haven't heard from anyone. It's raining out here. It's cold. You guys could have did this very quickly. I haven't heard from anybody. You guys own multiple buildings in other states also. So this is unacceptable.
Well,
I don't want to make the video too long, but I will continue to keep you guys updated. Thank you for all the support and being invested into this story. This neighborhood is not a bad neighborhood. It's a quiet neighborhood.
It's a nice neighborhood.
It's not ghetto like people think it is. I believe it's the people that's in it, and those type of people, we have to work harder to get out to better the community. But this community is very quiet, and also a part of bettering the community in the neighborhood is exposing these crooked landlords, these slum landlords.
Slumlords.
And that's all I have to say.
All right. I guess they got that guy out of there. Somebody's Shirley said, "What's happening with the Chad Doberman trial?" It's over, but it was looks like it was almost a large part of the day. 4 hours, 5 hours. Chad Doberman. It's not the trial though; it's a hearing. But the actual trial. Okay. All right. I think I'm gonna take a few minutes to go chill for a little bit. But listen, the judge apparently said that they're only going till 4 p.m. today. We're coming up on 2 hours. So, like I was saying, every time you think it's going to be some type of open and shut thing, maybe it's not. And then, they have to eat and stuff, take their little lunch break. Tracy Hilbert, thank you for the 11 months. Says, hey, Mel, there was a double homicide in small town hour away from me yesterday. Couple were in custody battle, robbed and killed 2 at bowling alley. Holy moly. Wow. Wow. So yeah, we're keeping them on 2 hours. Man. The defense closing, I'm going to get up and step away for a little bit, but I can play it if you want me to start it over. Hold on. Yeah, take like a 10-minute little break.
Dinner that you didn't bring up at all.
About that dinner, no.
Yes, or that evening.
No.
I have no further questions.
I have no further questions. Verdict watch.
Independent woman. It's true. That's what I remember. I told jail.
Elaine. Most people say guilty. And Court TV's verdict, 3,000 votes and 94% say guilty.
Please be seated. I give you a draft instruction. Okay, satisfactory to the state?
It is your my power, my pleasure, my pain, baby.
Counsel approach.
Criminal.
Elaine. Gotta like that. You gotta love that face. Just
Wake up, baby girl. Baby girl, wake up. Those were the words that Kayla used to describe how Adam approached his child when he discovered that she was dead. Kayla used words.
They're saying, please no, we don't want to hear this again. We'd rather hear the silence. I can't. The chat don't want to hear it. They said they can't. The chat don't want to hear it. They said they'd rather listen to me sing. Yeah, that's bad. Oof, the reaction of the chat. Wow. Ooh. Oh, hell no. No, they don't want it. All right, I'm going to take a few minutes. Well, I guess I was wrong then because we're going up on 3 hours now. I mean, I'm sorry, not 3, 2. We're just creeping up on 2. What's going on with this whole John O'Keefe stuff? But people, I don't know. I don't even know. All right, I'll be right back. Take a little bit, just rest a little bit, relax. I mean, the day is almost over. I really thought 2 hours. If it goes on, I don't know. Oh! Mel, step away. Every time you step away, something happens, right? They'll come back with the verdict. Did you know that when it snows, Oh man. Oh. So 3:30. Time is creeping up. Time is creeping up. Time. Ooh. Maybe a woman-hating juror sympathizer. Maybe. Hello? 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 I don't have to be all the way up close. I'm always talking like this. Hello? I guess I could just be like this. Okay. Jojo Beans. I don't know. I was gonna sit on the couch. I guess. I don't know. They lost their mind during the Letitia Stalk trial when I sat on the couch. There was something I thought about showing. Let's see. Oh, they're doing an update at 4:30 on the Burnsville shooting. Y'all seen that latest video of Britney Spears? Lord almighty. Oh, by the way, for those, you might remember yesterday I mentioned the adult star that had passed away. Well, this morning when I was scrolling my Twitter, I saw this. And I was like, man, that's a hell of a way to go. A shotgun. I don't know what crosses somebody's mind with the shotgun thing. I guess maybe they're thinking of efficiency. Or just like the fastest way they can do it or something. Isn't it only 2:30 over there? No, they're running on Eastern time. It's 3:27 and it's almost 4:00. And when I saw this when I was scrolling, it reminded me of one time where I was working. It was at Memorial. I was working at Memorial Hospital, and maybe I should stop saying the hospitals I've worked at now. People online looking everything up, but I remember there was a patient, and I believe he was some type of doctor. He was a psychiatric doctor or something, right? Go figure. And he had used a shotgun on himself. The thing with that, though, I guess the angle that he had it at, he literally like blew off like the front of his face, and he didn't actually pass away. So like his nose was like missing, like a lot of his nose, like his face was all messed up. I don't even think he could see out of one eye. Like it was really fucking like bad. And I remember because I used to go to that floor and deliver medications, and I'd fill up the Pyxis machines, which is like it's a machine where you put medication in and you have to put your fingerprint, and the nurses have to put their fingerprint to get in, and you have to scan the medication and all that stuff. And I would also deliver IV medications and that kind of stuff. That was when I first started. I was doing the more basic stuff of just delivering. But I remember seeing that guy, and it's almost like he was on display because the patient room had this big window. So he was the patient closest to the door. And right by the door of that room, it just had this open, huge window for some reason. And they had the curtains open all the time. And so he would be there. He had like all this like wrap stuff around him. His hands, they'd have like these mitts because and you could see him like struggling. Like he wanted to like, just imagine you wanted to do that to yourself and you didn't succeed. Like you really wanted to do that and you didn't succeed. And he has these like mitts around his hands so he can't like scratch himself or whatever. So he's just there like just like this moving around. And they have this guy on all kinds of medications. I don't know whatever happened to that guy, but It reminded me when I saw the shotgun thing. It reminded me of that guy years and years and years ago. That I would go up there and I'd see that guy, and I was like, "Damn, that's wild, dude!" Like, I don't know. Yeah, he was on all kinds of medications to keep him from like really moving and fidgeting and like whatever. He'd still move, but he wouldn't be able to get out. They had to like kind of like tie his hands almost. And I don't even think that was his first attempt. So I don't know. Imagine doing that to yourself and then being in the hospital and you're tied down, medicated, and all this kind of stuff. I don't know whatever happened to that guy. I remember too, there was a different hospital I was working in. There was this guy. I'm trying to remember the story because I vaguely remember. I think the guy, like, I'm trying to remember it like correctly. I think the guy tried to off himself because his mother took his video games away or some crazy shit. And so he had almost died, but he didn't. He was like on the brink of life. They had this guy on all kinds of medication round the clock over some video game shit. So I don't know what they're thinking when they do that. I don't know if it's just like like a fucking like Stephanie said, isn't that a HIPAA violation? No, I mean I didn't say a name. I'm no longer there. No, yeah, no, I'm long gone from those places. I actually don't even know the guy's name. Even if I, could remember, I don't remember the guy's name, but it was really, I've seen so many things like that. Mini Cheeks said we got mascot stuff. Okay. Oh, the Britney thing, Eric. Thank you for reminding me. That takes me back to this page, actually. Let me go back. Boom, 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 boom. Britney was dancing with a cigarette. This chick is completely bonkers. I'm not sure why people are still trying to deny that, like, she needs help. Where's this thing at? I could tell a long, long time ago, and cinema's been putting it out there, covering it over and over and over. But I could see, like, it doesn't take a expert or a mental health. You could look at this woman and there's something wrong with her that's not all there. And even some of the super stands are kind of saying that, like, maybe they should have kept her on some type of conservatorship or medical, whatever. I'm trying to find it. Let me check her Instagram page. Britney. It's Britney, bitch. I can't lie. Even when I was a kid, I was listening to her music too back then. It's Britney, bitch. Dun, 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 dun. Where's the one with the cigarette? This chick is like... She ran off the other guy she was with. I can't imagine what it's like dating her. She's wild, yo. Ruin your career type of shit. I mean, you could just see it in her eyes. She needs help. I don't know. But some might argue this is her living her best life, To just let her be. Who are you to judge? Something's clearly wrong with her. I was trying to find the cigarette video. Half of this stuff I can't even play, probably, because half of it's a nudity on her Instagram. Or not half, but parts of it. Damn. Jeff Bezos bags 8.5 billion after selling 50 million Amazon shares over 2 weeks. What's he doing? Is he getting ready to make a move? Where's Bezos going? Is it the end of the world or something? I like my Amazon deliveries. Yeah, look at this. Him selling shares means something finna happen. What's he know that we don't know? So, what's up with that? I can't with this comment. Oh God, these people are crazy. I can't. Oh, she removed the video. Shogun talks about and has the video though. Yeah, okay. She took it down, huh? That video was crazy. I guess she must have got a little bit of self-awareness and took the video down. When her tax refund hits, the guy's like hugging her and stuff, cuddling her by the ATM machine. I don't remember. It's been so long. I don't remember what it's like to get money back. It's been just a couple of years. I never get money back anymore. Damn, that dude looks crazy. Stephen McDougal's all over dating apps. Also stating he has children. Man, bro. He's posting pictures like that. Oh, he's handsome. I love his beard. Oh, his bald head. Wow. My gosh. All right, let me see what else we got. Well, let's see. Okay, we got a post from okay, here we go. So we are half an hour from court closing and no word on verdict yet. Interesting note, when the jury reaches a verdict, Adam Montgomery is not required to be present. So there we go. If there is a guilty verdict, he is only required at sentencing if the judge orders it. I hope the judge orders it. So he doesn't even have to be there for verdict. And they're about to end for the day. The judge is I've seen a lot of some courts, they'll be like, well, we're going to stay till the nighttime. We're staying this bitch till like fucking 10 o'clock tonight. We're going to go over some dinner, whatever. They're going to, I guess at 4, they'll cut it off. I heard, Eddie Martin, thank you. I heard about that. I might cover it at some point or make a short video about Audrey, that she was tied to a rock and found a rope in his truck. Tied to a rock in the water? Is that what they're saying? So I guess we were all kind of surprised that maybe. Well, some people went with the 3-hour vote, right? Some people said 4 hours. I'm telling you, you'd be surprised how you think that, like, boom, boom, what is there to talk about in that deliberation room? And here we are hours later, probably going to go into the next day. I'm telling you, I learned now from the Letitia Stock story, which I got really, especially towards the end, emotional. And so I couldn't believe that they couldn't, at the first day, they couldn't come up with a verdict. I forgot how many hours it took. I was like throw them back. Now I'm like, okay, I guess this is typical. Shouldn't be too surprised for whatever reason. All it takes is one person, or maybe they're just chilling and say, fuck it, we're going to have our lunch and dinner and ride this out. Oh, who knows? Maybe we're biased. Maybe we know things that the jury doesn't know, and maybe the jury's sitting there thinking and not sure. Maybe this chick Kayla did kill Harmony. Maybe they're thinking something else, or maybe all it takes is one person to be thinking something else, or to have that one person that just disagrees just to disagree. I had an ex like that. She would disagree just to disagree. I even asked her one time and called her out on it. And she admitted, she said, yeah, no, I do. She doesn't even believe what she's saying. She's just disagreeing just to go against what I'm saying. So there could be that one person. There's people like that too, that they'll just go against the grain just to go against the grain. Not that because they believe in that shit, but just to be the one that's special and different and like, whatever. Even though it's like very, I don't know, I think transparent. But I could be biased too because I probably know more than the jury. There's things that the jury didn't see that we saw, I guess, New Hampshire court closes at 4 p.m. They got an early close day too, 4 p.m. Sarah, so you talk about it every word you watch. I've dealt with people like that. They always just disagree. I don't mind if you disagree and you truly feel like that. Some people just disagree and you're kind of like scratching your head. About some crazy shit too. That shit gets tiring after a while. Think you're special because you believe you have some type of different thought, but you don't. Explain your thought. You can't. Oh, yeah, and on the second channel we hit 15K. I'm really happy about that. I keep envisioning like it would be so dope to get to like 100K on the second channel. How crazy! I was imagining 2 plaques, one on the other side. That'd be cool. I know it's a far way away, but that'd be pretty dope. 2 channels with 100K. Yep, I'm nosy. Thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. I know, Witchy Poo. Witchy Poo says I'm kind of disappointed it's taking this long. Trust me, I was there months ago. That was this year. No, that was last year. Letitia Stout. I went on like a crazy rant, cursing, all kinds of stuff, and then I was like, I can't do that. Like, they're entitled to whatever time they want, but I totally understand it can be frustrating because you'd think it's like, okay, it should be just boom, boom, That's why I think everybody would, if you have the opportunity, it's tough, but if you have the opportunity, try a case. I think it's really interesting. I mean, after I did a month, after like 2-3 weeks, I was ready for it to be over. I was like, that mission's dragging. After every day coming in and like you're having to, it gets tiring after a while, but it's really interesting. Shirley says the jury wants their 8 hours to get that little money jury duty pays you. It's not even worth it. I mean, unless they're just trying to get the day off of work or something. See, when I did jury duty, I wasn't worried about it because I took vacation time, and this was before Maddie. So like I used up a lot of my vacation time, so I was kicking back. I was like, "Fuck it, we'll ride this shit out. Whatever. I'm getting paid." Dr. Dorothy Lewis, yeah. AMAC talking smack. Thank you for the 7 months. Just thank you, man, for all you do. Thank you. We're coming down on 15 minutes left. 15 minutes. It's interesting. It's crazy to see like that Facebook. No, it's not crazy, but that Facebook group talking about some YouTuber out there. They're all upset about some YouTuber that was out there with Audrey Cunningham. I was like, oh man. I even saw another missing person's family, like the mother, warning people about some YouTuber. I was like, wow. They were in the comment section. Everybody's like, yeah, stay away from her. I was like, wow. It's nuts out there, man. Crazy. That Britney video, I was thinking about that too. I saw that one YouTube Twitter page that had it. All right, let's look up Cinema. I think Cinema has it. Cinema Shogun.
What's up?
What's up with Cinema Shogun?
When Britney Spears was dancing around with knives, and she told the world, "Don't worry, they're prop knives," but then
He said he called up. Oh, here it is. Is this the cigarette one? I don't know which one's the cigarette one.
when they say, "Look what I can do," and then they kind of jump up and do like a little skip, you're like expecting something interesting, something cool, and then they do that little skip, that little twirl, and you're like, damn, why did I even look? That's Britney Spears in a nutshell. But she's dancing around these cringy dance moves with this cigarette, and she wants everyone to look at my prop item. Yeah. This video is so much different than the other 1,042 dance videos I've put out in the last 3 years. This video is so different because in this one I'm holding my little cigarette. And it's just crazy because this is a 40-something-year-old.
Oh, I'm sorry, the volume's really loud. My bad. Oh my gosh. Too loud? My bad. Oh god.
Year-old woman. And even her most diehard fans, they don't view this woman as a grown woman. Everyone is watching Britney Spears like she's still a child.
Somebody in the chat said, leave Britney. Wilson said, well, his mic works. Somebody said, leave Britney alone. I don't know. She got issues. She needs help. She needs help. That's not. She even got into it with Justin Timberlake recently. Ah, Laura says, can I change my vote? Bum, 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 bum. Cinema Shogun! Hopefully she gets help or something before, something worse comes. I don't know. Video of the nut job in California throwing crap out the window. He doesn't have an ID because he threw it out with the rest of the crap out of the window. I got an email. How the hell is it acceptable to throw stuff out of the window because other people's windows, or break other people's windows and they don't arrest them? What she sent me a picture. Ten minutes left. Okay. All right, just checking for updates. Oh, was she? All right. Well, let me take a look at what else we got here. Got just only a few minutes left. Let's see, I think I'm dragging a little bit today. Inside edition. What else do we got on the menu? Suspect arrested in death of MIC woman. Damn. So Putin's holding the body of this guy,
За моей
Navalny?
спиной находится колония К-3, полярный волк.
Lyudmila Navalnaya wore sunglasses as she pleaded with Russian President Vladimir Putin to release her son's body. Alexei Navalny, Navalnaya's son, was reported to have died on February 16th in a Russian prison. Officials say his body is being held for chemical analysis. On a video posted to Navalny's YouTube channel, his mother said in part,
Я обращаюсь к вам, Владимир Путин.
I appeal to you, Vladimir Putin. The resolution of the issue depends solely on you. Let me finally see my son. I demand that Alexei's body be immediately released so that I can bury him decently. Opposition leader Alexei Navalny was one of the Kremlin's most prominent critics. He accused Putin and his government of corruption and was sentenced to decades in prison.
Yeah, what they did to this guy was really messed up and disgusting.
Navalny's widow, Yulia Navalnaya, is clear on who she blames for her husband's death. Vladimir Putin killed the father of my children. Putin took away the dearest thing I have. A film about the activist won a 2023 Academy Award for Best Documentary. In it, Navalny gives a chilling message on what he would tell people if he were killed.
Если это произошло, это означает, что мы не...
If they decide to kill me, it means that we are incredibly strong. We need to utilize this power, to not give up, to remember we are a huge power.
Огромная сила.
During a 2020 interview with 60 Minutes, Navalny confirmed his resolve to continue calling out corruption within the Kremlin.
We should fight these people because they will never stop.
For Inside...
Damn. I heard about it, Georgia, the affidavit about The Rock. I did. Well, this guy Navalny, apparently at one point they had tried to poison him, but they weren't successful. And then I think the last thing that happened to him, I believe, is that like out of nowhere he just like passes out in some type of hallway. I totally believe Putin had him killed off for sure. I don't doubt it. And he had like 6 million followers on YouTube. And yeah, to not even give the body back, damn, to the mother, crazy. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised, but all right, let's see. The rock that people are talking about, it says affiants shall further show that upon recovery of the child victim's body, law enforcement discovered a large rock tied to the child's victim's body. The rope used was consistent with rope that was observed with McDougal's vehicle on a traffic stop 2 days prior. So okay, what else do we got? Man mauled to death by his own dogs. We covered that. I mean, we've spoken about that a few times. Well, one time, really. Wow. Man caught on camera stealing from Girl Scout cookie stand. You believe this? The hoax?
A brazen theft
kidding.
caught on camera. Watch
Girl Scout
carefully
cookies?
as a man casually walks out of a Texas Walmart and grabs a container of cash from kids selling cookies. Girl Scout cookies of all cookies. The audacity. Watch again in slow motion. You can see the man
But he's not even like sneaky with it. It's like he just rolls right in front of them.
in a
and
gray
just-
hoodie walk over to their stand, pick up the money, and then
I mean, it was really quick though, but
take
still.
off running. No one seems to notice what happened. It even
Seems like they noticed that though.
takes the people selling the cookies a beat to realize someone stole their money. The suspect, Fort Worth, Texas police say, is described as being between 18 to 24 years old. A spokesperson for the local troop raising money for a trip to Australia told WFAA TV that the organization will ensure the troop is not financially impacted by the loss. Anyone with information about the suspect
Yeah, because them Girl Scout cookies, the company, they're banking. They're making a killing off all these schools and the pressure and all that. Gotta sell these cookies. Win a prize. Joe Osteen. I always say Osteen. It's Osteen. Donald Trump releases the sneakers for $400. Got the Trump Air Force Ones out there. And I think they're sold out. I saw some video about a guy that paid like $8,000 or $9,000 for the shoes, bro. It's crazy. Oh my God. American man admits to killing tourists in Germany.
An American man has reportedly admitted to killing one tourist and injuring another in Germany in June last year. Local law only allows the suspect to be identified as Troy B., who was 30 at the time of his arrest. He's accused of attacking the two victims who report.
But I mean, what is his head in? What is that?
30 at the time of his arrest. He's accused of attacking the two victims, who reports say were American, near the Neuschwanstein Castle. The castle is a popular tourist attraction
Is who's covering his face?
that has more than 1 million visitors a year. It is also said to be the inspiration for the castles in some popular Disney movies. Prosecutors say Troy B. pushed one of the victims down into a gorge near the castle, causing serious injury. They say he then choked the other victim until
gotcha.
she went unconscious and raped her before also pushing her down the gorge. She did not survive. Reports say Troy B. is from Michigan, just outside of Detroit. If found guilty of the crimes against him, he faces a life sentence in
I guess he's hiding his face or whatever. Yeah, covering his face.
Germany. The trial is expected to last until March. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm Ara Montalbano.
Okay. All around the world. Let's see. Okay, it's about to be. Oh, thank you, Polyester. Court TV Insider. The verdict was not available this afternoon. Verdict form was not available. Let me double check here, see what's going on. Mm. It's 4 p.m. Yep. Let me check on my reporter here, see what he has to say, if anything. If he's updated anything at 4 o'clock now. Let me check Court TV, what that person was saying as well. Court TV. Screen went black now, so I don't know if that means they're done. Let me double check here. Looks like they're done for today. So let me stop the timer. Okay. I guess that's it for today. No verdict. The courthouse closed. Amazing. So we're going on 3 hours now. So tomorrow we'll do a new poll on what you guys think, how long it's going to take. I thought I went with 2 hours. And then I even thought my other thought would be 3 hours. And no, we're already almost at 3 hours. So tomorrow we'll do a new poll. I'm going to take a break for now, but I'm going to redirect the live to a short video that is premiering. Oh, Lord. I just had it on my screen. Let me just tell you right now. I think tomorrow. Just to set a reminder. February, so it's February 22nd, tomorrow, 4:15. So yeah, I'm partnering with Advertising Weekly 360 to redirect. If you could subscribe, if you like their content, and they feature some of the top influential business people. They have tomorrow. They're gonna have Tony Hawk talks about overcoming fear. So if you want to check out that video, subscribe, send some comments, some likes. I'd appreciate that. And just to set a reminder, and then I'll schedule a stream for tomorrow later tonight. And yeah, I can't believe it. No verdict. No verdict. But I'm confident they're going to find Adam guilty. Yeah. So thank you guys so much. I might come back later. We'll see. There's a couple other stories I could do. Court TV still has the verdict going, Mel. Mel, you can't leave yet. Court TV just said it's a wrap in the chat. If you look at the chat, they said it's a wrap. The jail will return tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. So it's done for today. All right. So I'll transfer you guys. You can help me out with the partner. Subscribe.
PP, which is the receipt showing this witness's signature.
It's over.